Gibson is a past student of Jamaica College. Now over to the proceedings.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
We care about our minimum wage earners. That is why we increased the minimum from the previous increase of 13,000 to now 15,000. And as our economy continues to improve, you can look forward to even more increases. Your government is caring for you. Over 100 homes delivered across 14 parishes. Your government, under the new social housing program, is making home ownership possible for those who didn't even dare to dream. Over the next 3 years, we will be building 1,500 homes just for our vulnerable citizens. Without a doubt, all citizens, irrespective of economic status, deserve a good home. Your government cares.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you so you can focus on your future.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and the protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
What's the deal with you two guys anyway? I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, you know.
You really don't need this man.
Just for once. Why can't I come first?
I need you here.
I'm not leaving here without you.
Tune in to PBCJ this Sunday at 8 p.m. for the season premiere of Mirrors in Paradise.
Hi, I'm Donna Onis Blake, Program Director for the Nature Conservancy in Jamaica. Did you know that 2023 was the hottest year ever in the history of recorded temperatures in Jamaica? And nowhere has the heat been more scorching than in our capital city, Kingston. All happening in the midst of a construction boom and urban heat island effects that is challenging traditional construction practices and prompting us to find more novel ways to build to beat the heat. We can learn from city-states like Singapore, which is integrating nature-based solutions in their urban designs, manifesting as eye-catching green roofs, vertical gardens and green walls. Plants provide shade, reduce heat absorption by buildings, and release water vapor to provide a cooling effect and result in savings on air conditioning and other energy costs. Have you considered how nature-based solutions can make that distinctive difference to your next development? Learn more by visiting the United Nations Environment Programme project website, cityadapt.com, or simply scan this QR code right here. As Jamaica adapts to climate change, you can build better to beat the heat.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me because me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888-PROTECT.
Public passenger vehicle operators and commercial carriers, renew your road license online. It's as easy as 1-2 click. Visit the Transport Authority website at www.ta.org.jm. Choose your license type and click Apply Now. Sign in or create an account with your email address and complete the application process, uploading all relevant documents. Make payment using a debit or credit card. Once your application is approved, the Transport Authority will email you to collect your sticker. Pick up your sticker in office or utilize our courier service. Once the sticker is collected, your digital road license will be emailed to you. For more information, call the Transport Authority toll-free at 888-991-5687.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the Houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament reviewing the Domestic Violence Act wants to hear from you. Review the Act and share your opinions with the committee. You can find a copy of the Act on the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm under the heading Publications. Once you've reviewed the Act, submit your written opinions by Friday, June 14, 2024 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston, or email them at clark@japarliament.gov.jm. Let your voice be heard.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart and STA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
What's the deal with you two guys anyway? I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, you know.
You really don't need this man.
just for once. Why can't I come first?
I need you here.
I'm not leaving here without you.
Tune in to PBCJ this Sunday at 8 p.m. for the season premiere of Mirrors in Paradise.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy cash, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Traveling to Jamaica? Submit your customs and immigration declaration online for faster processing. Visit the enterjamaica.com portal, complete and submit your declaration prior to departure. Upon arrival, proceed to the immigration kiosk and swipe your passport to confirm your trip details and declaration. Once done, proceed to the customs hall to retrieve your luggage and final clearance. The online C5, making air travel easier. You may contact us or the Passport Immigration and Citizenship Agency for more information.
Turn the children's corner and check into the Burchester Hotel. Help Super Grover save the day. Order a snack and even learn to bake a cake with Cookie Monster and Chef Gonger. It's Elmo's wonderful world, and we're living in it. Friends, food, and fun. It's always a great time. Sesame Street, Monday to Saturday inside Children's Corner on PBCJ, the People's Station.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh, man, none of that. No, brother, no, man.
You see you ever play ref? Dirty game,
yeah, but like a bad game. No, I said, person who come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. So shake hand, I can play like a bad, brethren.
Really have to shake hand?
Yeah, man, and no badness, brethren. Just live good, man. Come together, and make the violence done.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament reviewing the Domestic Violence Act wants to hear from you. Review the Act and share your opinions with the committee. You can find a copy of the Act on the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm under the heading Publications. Once you've reviewed the Act, submit your written opinions by Friday, June 14, 2024 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston, or email them at clark@japarliament.gov.jm. Let your voice be heard.
The National Family Planning Board now presents a parenting tip from L.R. Nost. It's not our job to toughen our children up to face a cruel and heartless world. It's our job to raise children who will make the world a little less cruel and heartless.
What's the deal with you two guys anyway? I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, you know.
You really don't need this man.
Just for once. Why can't I come first?
I need you here.
I'm not leaving here without you.
Tune in to PBCJ this Sunday at 8 p.m. for the season premiere of Mirrors in Paradise.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. What we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica.
Whatever illness you might have, it is important to visit the doctor at the earliest sign of sickness. For many conditions, early detection can lead to better outcomes. Don't stay at home and self-medicate and allow your condition to worsen before going to the doctor.
If you are a youngster, young child, 14 and younger, older person, or you have a compromised immune system, you have an underlying illness, a cancer patient, a diabetic patient, then your system is compromised. You need to see the doctor quickly and let the doctor prescribe.
Visiting your doctor early protects your health, so you can enjoy more moments, more life.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
One of the problems that occurred in the past was the significant delay in the issuing of warrants for persons who did not pay at the tax office and did not attend the court. And so what happened there was that a culture of impunity had developed, where persons felt that when they received a ticket from the police, they could simply ignore it. So where we are now is that we are now current with the issuing of warrants in respect of the current cases. So what that means is that for persons who do not pay at the tax office, don't attend the court, the warrants are being issued and will be issued, and you will be arrested and brought before the court. If you do not wish to come to court, then go to the tax office. Also, you have the option of contesting it, so you don't pay at the tax office, but you must turn up at court on the date and time stated in the summons. Failing that, a warrant will be issued and you will be brought before the court.
Here it is! In case of an earthquake and the place starts shaking, drop, cover, and hold on. Drop, cover, and hold on. In case of an earthquake,
there's a few tips that can keep you from harm. In case of an earthquake, you gotta stay calm. Move away from doors, windows, and things that can fall. Try not to use steps or elevators at all.
drop,
Protect your head and your face. Don't go running all over the place. Cover under a bed or a table. Against a wall that's firm and stable. Hold on. You must hold on. Don't panic. Stay calm.
Don't move until the shaking stops. Drop, cover, and hold on.
Drop, cover, and hold on. In case of an earthquake.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Learn how to protect yourself during an earthquake. Log on to weready.org. That's weready.org for more information.
Public passenger vehicle operators and commercial carriers. Renew your road license online. It's as easy as 1-2 click. Visit the Transport Authority website at www.ta.org.jm. Choose your license type and click Apply Now. Sign in or create an account with your email address and complete the application process, uploading all relevant documents. Make payment using a debit or credit card. Once your application is approved, the Transport Authority will email you to collect your sticker. Pick up your sticker in office or utilize our courier service. Once the sticker is collected, your digital road license will be emailed to you. For more information, call the Transport Authority toll-free at 888-991-5687.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament reviewing the Domestic Violence Act wants to hear from you. Review the act and share your opinions with the committee. You can find a copy of the act on the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm under the heading Publications. Once you've reviewed the act, submit your written opinions by Friday, June 14, 2024 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston, or email them at clark@japarliament.gov.jm. Let your voice be heard.
The proposed Tobacco Control Act places a total ban on all forms of tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship in keeping with Jamaica's treaty obligations. Tobacco marketing often targets and seeks to recruit new users, especially the youth. This contributes to greater tobacco use and addiction. Local data shows that health expenditures related to smoking attributable diseases far outweighs the suggested value of sponsorship or corporate social responsibility initiatives. By implementing this comprehensive ban, Jamaica will join 57 other countries globally, including 3 CARICOM counterparts. Comprehensive bans, such as that provided for in the bill, will therefore reduce consumption, provide economic benefit, and protect the nation's youth.
What's the deal with you two guys anyway? I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, you know.
You really don't need this man.
Just for once. Why can't I come first?
I need you here.
I'm not leaving here without you.
Tune in to PBCJ this Sunday at 8 p.m. for the season premiere of Mirrors in Paradise.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament reviewing the Domestic Violence Act wants to hear from you. Review the act and share your opinions with the committee. You can find a copy of the act on the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm under the heading Publications. Once you've reviewed the act, submit your written opinions by Friday, June 14, 2024 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston, or email them at clark@japarliament.gov.jm. Let your voice be heard.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Over 100 homes delivered across 14 parishes. Your government, under the new social housing program, is making home ownership possible for those who didn't even dare to dream. Over the next 3 years, we will be building 1,500 homes just for our vulnerable citizens. Without a doubt, all citizens, irrespective of economic status, deserve a good home. Your government cares.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you, so you can focus on your future.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year. We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
What I say. This meeting of the Honorable Senate of Friday, May 31, 2024 is called to order. Before we begin the business of the day, Senators Allen and Webby are seeking permission of their colleagues to I'm sorry, Senators Webby, Allen, Crawford, and Gabriel Morris. 4 of our colleagues are seeking permission to join online. Any objection? Those in favor? Welcome Senators Webby, Allen, Crawford, and Morris to the sitting.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
President.
I'm sure our colleagues who are acquainted are aware of the technology. We're not aware that we had this capacity for you were. Like Senator Brown, I have something specific to say about you, so hold on. This is the birthday of our clerk, Miss Lowe. So we hope that you have the blessing of the Almighty to continue to enjoy many more days with us. And I must tell you that she had made a specific application to have the day off, which I refused. So there you have it. You can, however, have tomorrow, Miss Lowe. And, I just bring to the attention of the Senate that I saw Senator Brown at the Ministry of Finance, in the company of the Minister of Finance, in a royal blue suit. And I am informed that he was advocating on our behalf, amongst other things. Now, when I look at the number of visitors we have in the President's gallery, technical gallery is referred to. When I read the list, it's as if they're all my friends, starting, of course, with the Custos of St. James, Bishop Pitkin, who has been a friend of mine. He has been praying for me for a long time, even from a distance. So I welcome. You're not seeing him? He's right. Stand up, Mr. Bunting, want to see you. He's my very good friend. He prayed for me from a distance, you know, Senator. So I really appreciate and good and welcome to the Senate. And he is the chairman of NERA and Reverend Newton Dixon, who is the secretary. So I wanted to join the bishop and pray for me too, because any little talk I can get nowadays, I need it, you know. So I would appreciate it. Senator Bunting needed to, so put him on your list. And there's Alok Jain, who is a senior advisor to the Prime Minister and member of NERA, and Christopher Record, who is the deputy chair of NERA. Now, I'm not recognizing him in a suit because I'm accustomed to seeing him undressed. Because he jogs with us every morning at the Constant Spring Golf Course. That is the level of undress. And Senator Dixon, I think that you would have recognized him, of course, from the Constant Spring Golf Course. So that's the extent of my observations. Today we're supposed to have been joined by some kids from Kingsway Prep. We haven't seen them yet. Oh, and there are two interns. Lovely to see you both. There are law interns who I believe are associated with Senator Golden, Miss Blake and Miss Williams. Good, lovely. Welcome, nice to see you. And we certainly appreciate your company. So if the members from Kingsway Prep arrive, then I will bring them to your attention. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
I'd have thought that with certain changes in the executive affecting members of the Senate, that there would be at least an announcement or a statement indicating so that we may congratulate who ought to be congratulated, and the answer may take knowledge of the fact that there are changes here.
Yes, Senator Albin Hill, I recognize you from a seat other than your own and ask that in fairness you respond to Senator Brown's observations.
I do travel a lot, Mr. President, so it's quite possible that Senator Brown could be right. But in this instance, I was there when the Prime Minister made certain changes to the cabinet, adding the work of the Ministry of Information to the portfolio that Senator Dr. Dana Morris Dixon had before, and therefore her plate has been broadened and piled more on. But we can understand why, because we could see her doing that role before, and we want to congratulate her for taking on the additional responsibility and being chosen by the Prime Minister to take on that role. That's one change. The second change was that Minister Robert Morgan was asked to take on the portfolio of Ministry of Works, essentially, and handle all those big infrastructure projects that we're used to. In the Prime Minister's office is a minister without portfolio inside the Prime Minister's office. It would be the responsibilities that Minister Warmington had. And both, of course, Minister Morgan and Minister Morris Dixon are in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. No, Minister Dixon remains in OPM, and Minister Morgan is in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Of course, the third and second from the Senate is the ever-popular Mr. Abco Fitzhenley, Senator Abco Fitzhenley, who now is the parliamentary secretary in the Prime Minister's office, OPM, and he works very closely with Minister Morris Dixon in handling the information portfolio. So those, those are, I think, the wonderful changes that the Prime Minister has made, and congratulations again to our colleagues today, Minister Morris Dixon and Minister Fitzhenry.
Thank you very much, Minister Hill. I join in congratulating both and just indicate that the nature of things is that I'm sure that Reverend Bishop Pitkin is going to remember this from the Bible. To who is prepared to work, more work shall be given. So if it's not in it, it should be. I want to just...
I'll just sit, Mr. President.
Congratulations to you both, and we certainly expect a lot from both of you at this time. Thank you, Senator Brown. And I think that Senator Brown, although he has remained quiet, what he really wanted to do was to get the opportunity to tell you congratulations himself. So you can take that as given. Announcements?
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following. Annual reports of the Jamaica...
I'm sorry, 1 minute. Although I have the thing properly written and noted, there's just something else I say before we move on to announcements. I noted with great pride for a number of reasons, the elevation and preferment of our colleague, Dr. Senator Floyd Morris, to the academic rank of professor. I made the observation today that every time he is elevated and preferred, his wife dresses him in a bright green suit and sends him to the Senate. Now, it is customary that when Caesar is being praised, Caesar doesn't comment. But in this particular instance, because I think that Professor Morris's life is such an inspiration to so many Jamaicans, I'm going to ask him just to rise and just to give us a brief tour de force of his career. Not to suggest that this is the end of it, but it is certainly a high watermark. And if it is that one individual, one Jamaican child listening can get some inspiration, it would have been well worth the time. Senator, Dr. Professor Floyd Morris, I invite you to your feet.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, colleagues. And Mr. President, I must state that you have detained me here because you indicated that you were going to make this announcement, as today is Faculty Standing Committee at the university, of which I'm a member of the faculty board. And so, I mean, there are some procedural things that has to be done, re my professorship, and so, you know, I have to be there. So I told them that I would be here for a moment. But, you know, Mr. President, it is really a very special moment for me. And Professor Marlene Hamilton yesterday asked me how big my head had swollen because of all that is taking place in terms of the historical significance of this elevation. Seeing that, I'll come to that shortly. Seeing that It is the first in the 75-year history of the university that an individual with a visual disability has been promoted to the rank of professor, and also in the Caribbean and Latin America, the first that someone with a visual disability has been promoted in terms of professorship in the area of disability studies. And so, you know, it took me back to 1986 when I graduated from high school without a single subject because of the challenges that I was having due to glaucoma. And then 3 years after, in 1989, that was the last time I saw this world. And it has been a journey of challenges, but I was strengthened with the resolve that no matter what, I wasn't going to make blindness hold me back. I saw it then, as I do now, as a temporary halt to progress. And so I made sure that I utilize what my God has given me, and that is a brain, to think and to use that for my personal empowerment, but also in the fight, in the struggle for betterment for others, my brothers and sisters with disabilities. And so it is significant, Mr. President, because having moved up the rank and completed a PhD, many persons with a disability, especially those of us with a visual disability, don't move beyond that. They go into the work world because it is very difficult, it is very challenging when you're doing a PhD with a visual disability. And you have to convert material into an accessible format. 90% of materials that are written in academia are printed material. And so I've had to convert those into an accessible format where I can read and then work with that in terms of my research and publication. And so it has been a tremendous journey, and I am deeply grateful to the University of the West Indies for the confidence that they have reposed in me to allow me to practice my craft and my skills. And they give me all manner of support in terms of my work engagement. But I tell you, Mr. President, the half has not been told, because what gives me even greater pride and joy was when I was told that the external assessors were extremely glowing in their report of the work, the body of work that I have done. And I want to say to Jamaica that anything that we want, we can achieve, because we are Jamaicans and we have the capacity and the power within us to do anything that we want to do. I want to make an appeal to those who believe that they can scam their way to progress or prosperity. That is not what genuine Jamaicans are about. We are hardworking people who believe that when we put our shoulders to the wheel and utilize our God-given talent, we can accomplish anything that we will. Indeed, our great national hero, Marcus Garvey, said to us, "Up, ye mighty race, ye can accomplish what you will. I say to every Jamaican, anything that you want to accomplish, you can accomplish it. Because if Floyd Morris, a blind boy from Bailey's Vale in St. Mary, can rise to the level of professor at the greatest university in the Caribbean, can reach this level, I say, they can too. And I want to encourage all Jamaicans to let us travel down that path and make sure that we do what is right to be successful in our daily lives. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Professor Morris. Senator Samuda.
Mr. President, I rise just to add words of commendation to Professor Morris. For anyone who has had the opportunity to read by faith, not by sight, none of what has been achieved should be a surprise. The will and fortitude, strength, and indeed ambition of the man is clearly outlined in that story. And though we could speak to his kind-heartedness or the fashion sense today, we simply wish to add commendations. But I am a bit surprised, Senator Morris, knowing the role that your mother would have played in building that sense of resilience, that sense of strength in you to achieve this and to no doubt achieve more. I think it would be remiss of us not to add our own commendations to her and the work that she would have done for you to the Hansard. Despite the political divide, we are proud of her and we are happy for the accomplishment, and we know many more will come. Thank you, President.
Senator Bonte.
Mr. President, without trying to gild the lily, I would just like to also add our words of congratulations to our colleague, and perhaps in the spirit of Senator Samuda's contribution, and I know Senator Floyd would, or Senator Professor Floyd would not want to omit the contribution and sharing the honor with his dedicated wife, Shelley, who did not put him in green this morning, and who is always by his side. And I would just say I was myself educated at the launch of his last book, or I think it was his last book, the one in 2022, I think it was, which dealt with the contribution of persons with disabilities to the cultural inclusion and rich culture of Jamaica. And it was really an eye-opener for me, because many of the individuals I was not aware, I had known of them by reputation, particularly in the field of music, but many, it was really informative and eye-opening for me. And we want to share in this joyful moment with Senator Professor Floyd, and hope that all young people, but particularly those with challenges, will be inspired by his story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I just echo the sentiments of all, and we were speaking today and recognizing how controversial his tenure as president was. But congratulations, Floyd, to yourself, and certainly we recognize the role of your family, because anything we achieve because we stand on the shoulders of persons who support us and who have gone before us. So deepest and most sincere congratulations from myself, members of the Senate, and I speak for the members of the staff, the clerk and her team as well, in congratulating you, and hope that you will remain over there for as long as, as you desire. Thank you very much. And back to you, Madam Clerk, announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following. Annual report of the Jamaica Tourist Board for the financial year 2022-2023. Annual report of Jamaica Vacations Limited for the financial year 2019-2020. The Trademarks Amendment Rules 2024 and its resolution under the Trademarks Act. Green Paper number 03 of 2024 entitled The National Visa Policy 2024. Annual report of the Southeast Regional Health Authority for the years 2011, 2012, 2012, 2013, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, and 2015, 2016, along with their related ministry papers numbered 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 of 2024, respectively. Annual report of the Court of Appeal of Jamaica for the year 2023, along with its related ministry paper number 22 of 2024. Ministry paper number 23 of 2024 entitled Instruments Adopted by the Annual Labour Conference of the International Labour Organization for the year 2023. Report of the Constitutional Reform Committee on the transition to the Republic of Jamaica and other matters dated May 2024, along with its related ministry paper number 24 of 2024. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Silver Sun Housing Development Order of 2024. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Ms. Ava Williams, Manager, Jamaica Customs Agency, failed to file her statutory declarations with the Commission for the years 2018 and 2019, along with its indicative ruling. Annual report and audited financial statements of the National Works Agency for the financial year 2016-2017. Annual report of the National Solid Waste Management Authority for the year 2022-2023. Annual performance report, Ministry of Local Government and Community Development for the year 2023-2024. Annual report of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the year 2022-2023. Ministry of Labor and National Security Statistical Bulletin for the year 2023. Annual report of the Jamaica Promotions Corporation for the financial year ended March 31, 2022. The Conch Export Levy, Rate of Levy Order 2024 and Resolution under the Conch Export Levy Act. Finally, report of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee on its deliberations on the reports of the Integrity Commission regarding investigations into the unknown whereabouts of motor vehicles from the Ministry of Transport and Mining, the failure of certain public officials to make statutory declarations for various periods and or to provide information requested. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I just wish to, sorry, yes, Senator Brown.
I'm just wondering, President, if there is additional report being tabled in respect to the Integrity Commission investigation report concerning the manager of Jamaica Customs Agency. I kind of overheard a conversation.
It's here. It was
it's the
it's not
indicative
tabled?
report, but well, certainly it's a hard, we have no hard copy. But what I'm wondering if that report covers the fact that the Integrity Commission has, that there's a resolution of the matter in her favor, because what is said here is a failure on her part. But I'm just wondering if the indicative report, which we have no copy of, no.
Let me inquire. Madam Clerk? Senator Brown, the hard copy is here if you wish to see it. Normally, I think there is more than one, but if you wish to see it, it's here. Now, bearing in mind that what we would table is what we get from the Integrity Commission and the indicative ruling, but as far as any resolution is concerned, unless they notify us, we wouldn't have that to table. So I would not know anything beyond what is there.
President, because some time ago we got a report in respect to another parliamentarian, and an indicative report came, and there's a lot of noise as to when the indicative report came.
Sorry, I think the indicative report came in.
No, I understand.
But the indicative report does not indicate a resolution
Of this matter?
No, I don't. I do not believe.
And we are not aware, the clerk is not aware, given the discussion in the Oversight Committee, that the matter was resolved. I'm just trying to find out. Because
No, my responsibility is to table what I get from the Integrity Commission. I don't have the I don't have the resolution. Thank you, Senator. Brown.
Yeah.
But
if there's an indication that the clerk is aware of, that this matter has been resolved in this lady's favor, I certainly think we should know, because just report that an indicative report is there that she made feelings can be damaging to her reputation.
Inevitably.
And it's incumbent on all involved, when people are cleared, to make that also be known.
But that is for the Integrity Commission. That's not for me, with the greatest of respect, you know.
Well, I hope they would inform the Parliament of that too. Thank you.
The only observation that I make, and I have been quiet on the issue, relates to the report of the review committee set up to look at the Constitution. That report, which has been sent to the Parliament, is just that. It is a report of the findings of the Commission. It is recommendation. It's a report. It is a recommendation. It is not to suggest that the minister went up into the hills of St. Andrew and came down with 2 tablets with the new Constitution cast thereon. They are recommendations. They are meant to be suggestions, guidelines for further discussion. And to a large extent, there was an effort to determine some amount of agreement and consensus. In many areas, they were not. But it's not, I see people saying, I can't believe that they are saying this or they are saying that. As a member of the committee, I just point out that there are recommendations, guidelines for further discussion. So I just wish to point that out. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. Petitions.
Maybe because I have not been here enough, but I thought there's a bill having to do with the way in which bills are approved that went to the other place and was passed.
1 minute. Yeah. What we're going to ask for the recommittal in relation to that. The clerk had intended to, because there was an issue with the prompt, so we're going to have it recommitted.
It's going to be recommitted because
so it can be tabled today.
So at least I can be satisfied that I'm not hearing doubles, that the other place discussed it.
No, absolutely.
And passed
the
it.
clerk is indicating an intention to deal with it. But I just really thought that I would point out that people criticize persons, members of the committee, for whatever reason. But it's really just a group of persons who have applied their minds to a number of
No,
problems.
it's 2 different things,
Yeah.
President. That's the CRC. But I thought a bill
Yes, and I'm
was
just saying
passed
that
in the other
it's going
place,
to be tabled today.
which would have come here about having to do with the monarchy.
Yeah, understood. It's going to be tabled today.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Petitions, papers.
I do it now. It's not ready. I see.
Notices of motions given reports from committees. Notices of motions given orally. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that be made at the
There's a question on the notice paper standing in my name, which is due for answering today. I was wondering, rather than just pass it over, if we could hear from the leader of government business. This was a question originally tabled in December last year, and when it fell off the order paper in the new parliamentary year, it was retabled.
Senator Hill, can you perhaps undertake to give us a response to it on the next meeting? Because I know you don't have a response today.
You're right, Mr. President. And at the next meeting, I expect the leader of the Senate to be present. And
or you could please indicate to the...
I would.
Would you indicate to the leader that the matter was raised and ask for a response?
I shall
on the next
be sure to do that, Mr. President. Thank you.
See, my time at Jamaica College with Senator Brown was not wasted, you know. Ah, dear. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Mr. President, we have two items at public business today. The first is the Trademarks Amendment Rules 2024, which I will shortly present. And the second is the National Identification and Registration Regulations 2024, to be taken by Dr. the Honorable Dana Marie Morris Dixon. On the trademarks issue, Mr. President, it was clearly tabled some time ago. My colleagues across the aisle have agreed that it's a straightforward and simple matter. Just to remind, you see how I'm gentle, but you want to be particularly specific, I accept, Senator Brown. The trademark rules were amended in 2022 to, among other things, provide for the administration locally of the international registration of trademarks, the setting out of the criteria for the international registration of trademarks, an application procedure for international registration of trademarks, the opposition procedure for the international registration of trademarks, and the administration fees in respect of the international registration of trademarks, and the prescription of the relevant laws. Upon the promulgation of the Trademarks Amendment Rules in 2022, the Intellectual Property Committee of the Jamaica Bar Association subsequently highlighted concerns in relation to the filing of the Form TM3 to make a request to appoint or change an agent or enter or change an address for service. Those includes two items. The requirement that the TM3 must be filed contemporaneously with the filing of the application to register trademark Form TM1, and two, that the form must be signed by the applicant. After consideration with the relevant shareholders, or rather stakeholders, I'm used to saying shareholders, the Ministry agreed that the rules would be amended to, 1, allow trademark agents to sign the Form TM3 on behalf of the proprietor where there is a personal authorization letter executed by the proprietor and witnessed by a justice of the peace or notary public, and 2, provide that the Form TM3 is to be submitted within 4 weeks of the filing of the application to register a trademark. That's Form TM1. The opportunity was also taken to correct typographical errors in the rules and to insert fees that were omitted. Therefore, Mr. President, the Trademarks Amendment Rules 2024 before us are being promulgated in keeping with the Section 78 of the Act, subject to affirmation resolution. And so, Mr. President, I ask that the trademark rules be approved. Very quick.
Thank you very much.
President.
Senator Fraser-Binns.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do intend to be even shorter than the minister. Just to say that we on this side have absolutely no objections, and we understand that as Jamaica positions itself to take advantage and also to bring itself in line with the other countries when it comes on to trademark, patent, and copyright generally, then these are things that are necessary. And in that regard, we have absolutely no objection. And Minister, we are pleased that you continue to listen to the concerns as they come about, because as I said, it's very new. And when something is new, we will have changes as we go along. And so we're pleased that at least there is some consideration to the concerns which will come about. And Minister, in that regard, Mr. President, we have no objection and we support the resolution.
Thank you very much. Members would have had the occasion to read the motion and to listen to the minister. And the minister, having concluded and asked through his body language that the motion be approved, I put the question. The question is that the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Against? Minister Morris Dixon. You're asking for hard copies of the motion? You have.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be proceeding on a debate on the 5 regulations that had been tabled 3 weeks ago in the Senate, and I will go through them in some detail so that we understand where we are and give context. Yes, all 5, yeah, together, because they all go together. Before I start, though, today's the last day of Child Month, and I promised someone to do something. There was a team from St. Thomas, a school from St. Thomas, a prep school, that came to OPM on a tour. And a little girl gave me her bracelet. She took off her bracelet and gave it to me. And I promised her I would thank her in the Senate. And so here I am thanking her for giving me her beautiful bracelet that she had. And her name is Monicia Blair. And she's just absolutely wonderful. And yes, she gave this to me on her trip to OPM. And she plans to be a politician one day, so I wish her luck with that. Mr. President, I rise to treat with important regulations that will assist the country on our road to digital transformation. In the 1970s, we spoke about the need for a national ID. We've also spoken about it every single decade since then, but we've never been able to make it a reality. We've gone through many administrations, and we have not been able to make the national ID a reality until now. Mr. President, the Senate will recall that on January 9, 2023, the government published online draft regulations under the National Identification and Registration Act 2021 for public review and comments. This was an unprecedented move in bringing transparency to public governance. The then responsible minister, the Honorable Floyd Green, brought these key regulations relating to the people's new ID to the public. It is exceptionally rare for any administration to lay the regulations before the people in a public forum, which is on the internet, and open it for their review in the way this was done. These regulations have been done. Mr. President, that decision is simply transformational and is indicative of the administration's commitment to the principles of good governance. The government has since reviewed and incorporated the valuable feedback received. Comments were received on the regulations before you, all 5 of them, from civil society, legal professionals, and the wider public. And I think that is really very important to note. It was put online over a year ago. Any Jamaican who wanted to review the regulations had a chance to, and several of them actually did review and sent in their recommendations, and they have all been incorporated into the 5 regulations that are before us. The feedback received focused on ensuring that the National Identification and Registration Authority provided the best service, unparalleled transparency, exceptional accountability, importantly, these recommendations ensure that the national ID remains the ID that the people want, and it is governed by the laws and regulations the people consented to. The recommendations highlighted areas for clarification, public education, regulatory improvements, and enhanced operational practices. And the government is grateful for all the contributions received. In addition to the feedback received on these regulations from the public, the project team also had 249 consultations sessions across Jamaica, and since 2022, 30,225 persons have participated in consultations in schools, churches, financial institutions, youth groups, service clubs, human rights groups, and even members of the diaspora. Mr. President, I want to thank the public for its feedback. I also want to thank the NIDS technical team, the members of NERA, the Office of the Parliamentary Council, the Attorney General's Chamber, and Tax Administration Jamaica for significantly contributing to the development of these regulations. In terms of the framework, Mr. President, I would like to discuss this framework within which this new national ID will sit. I know that some members of our community have been scared by large levels of misinformation that exists today. We have WhatsApp messages filled with tons of falsehood, and I get them every few weeks. I saw one that said that the national ID would be compulsory and persons who didn't have it would be arrested. I had one person also tell me how worried his elderly mother was because she thought she was going to be arrested for not having the new ID. We cannot allow this misinformation and disinformation to continue without those who know better intervening and explaining what the law actually says. There is no provision in the NIDS law that makes it compulsory. There is absolutely no threat of arrest. I repeat, the card is not compulsory. The law passed in the House and the Senate by many of you here was well thought out, and prioritized the voluntary nature of the process. Yes, but the law that exists that many of my colleague senators pushed very hard to change in terms of the compulsory nature is what was passed, and that is what is law. And what is law is that it is not compulsory. Mr. President, what is being created is nothing short of first world. And it is first world because our people deserve first world facilities and systems. Our people deserve a first world best-in-class identification system, and this is what has been developed. The NIDS system has been built by some of the same teams that worked on the national ID system seen in Barbados, for example. The card printing and processor technology, for example, is provided by Thales, that provides security systems and equipment to governments all over the world. We did not cut corners, and we can never cut corners in the implementation of this national identification process. We worked with the best global and local companies with the best experience in delivering secure national identification systems. The regulations that you see here today were reviewed by the board of the National Identification Registration Authority and amended by that body. I again want to acknowledge all the members that are here today, and I'll go through all the members even if they're not here. And we have Bishop Conrad Pitkin, Custos Rotalorum and chairman of the NERA. We also have with us Reverend Newton Dixon, who is a representative from the Jamaica Umbrella Group of Churches. We also have Alok Jain, who is an expert in financial management and accounting. And with us is there, oh yes, and we also have Gordon Christopher Record. The Gordon is stunning me. Gordon Christopher Record, who is a representative of the private sector organization of Jamaica and also is the deputy chair of NIRA. And in addition to them, on NIRA, we have George Hamilton, who is an attorney at law. We have Kenrick Steele, who is an expert in information communication technology and cybersecurity. We also have Maria Thompson Walters, who is an HR management and public administration expert. There is also Sharika Hemmings Allison, who is a senior public official in the ministry with responsibility for the authority, and that was requested. And there is also Emil Holgate, senior public official in the ministry with responsibility for national security. So you will notice that the regulations were signed by the chair of NIRA, and that is very important. These regulations before you are the regulations of NIRA. So the NIRA board represented here are the ones that would have done the final approval of this. And they are, I remind you, pardon? Yes, but these regulations are from them, and they have gone through it and they have made their amendments. And I need to note that this is very important because the awesome responsibility of safeguarding this new system rests in NIRA. And NIRA is an independent body that has been appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition. So all of these individuals have been appointed by the Governor General as per the Act. Mr. President, not only is the NIRA board responsible for implementation and safeguarding the entire system, the Act further empowered another oversight body, the National Identification Registration Inspectorate, whose function will be performed by the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. As a reminder of that committee, of the Electoral Commission, we have the Honorable Earl Jarrett as chairman. We also have on it Mr. Maurice Barnes, the Honorable Mr. Justice Carl Harrison. We also have the Honorable Justice Zelia McCalla. We also have, in terms of other members, Senator the Honorable Tom Tavares Finson. We also have Wentworth Skeffrey, Dr. Andre Franklin, and Dr. Dayton Campbell as a part of what will become NIRI. So it is therefore clear that there is a robust hierarchy of oversight for this very important initiative. Mr. President, allow me to provide some background on the making of these regulations. The process of making these regulations mirrored the consultative and responsive approach taken to achieve the promulgation of the Principal Act, the National Identification and Registration Act 2021. The making of the regulations therefore involves significant consultation. This consultation was undertaken at various stages of development with a variety of representatives from different backgrounds with differing interests and concerns. The public sector, the private sector, civil society groups, and the general public provided invaluable feedback. The Office of the Prime Minister, through the NIDS project executing team, worked with several ministries, departments, and agencies in order to get us here. Apart from feedback from the general public, feedback was also sought explicitly from the parliamentary opposition. Representatives of the legal profession, civil society, the financial industry, and other stakeholders in the private sector, such as the PSOJ and the Jamaica Bankers Association. Mr. President, I must specifically acknowledge with gratitude the willingness and cooperation of Mr. Julian Robinson, MP, opposition spokesperson on finance, for being a part of the consultative process. Mr. President, much gratitude must be expressed to the civil society groups as well, as these groups answered the public call for feedback in January 2023, 1 year ago, and more than a year ago, and provided the majority of feedback on the draft regulations. I want to specifically thank Ms. Susan Goff, Jamaicans for Justice, and the Jamaica Coalition for a Healthy Society. Their feedback showed careful thought and consideration. It was quite impactful, and several recommendations were incorporated into the regulations before us today. The feedback that was provided focused on ensuring that the NERA operates in accordance with data protection and privacy principles while providing the best service to persons who apply to enroll and who are enrolled in the NIDS under the new authority. The general themes of the feedback were primarily centered on improving and ensuring transparency, accountability, data protection, and security of personal information. Mr. President, I'm going to go a little bit further in terms of the regulations, and especially in terms of data protection, because that came up a lot. Mr. President, data protection is a significant aspect of the NIDS, and this is reflected in the regulations. The personal data of enrollees, enrolled individuals, and past enrollees must be protected with confidentiality and security. These regulations were not only informed by the Data Protection Act of Jamaica, but by several jurisdictions where national identification systems have been introduced and where data protection is recognized as essential. These jurisdictions include the European Union, India, Estonia, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Singapore, the UK, Barbados, Canada, and other Commonwealth countries, as well as to some extent the United States of America as it relates to data protection and privacy. Mr. President, I must again note that the National Registration and Identification Authority, which will administer the national ID, is an independent body, and we have the persons here again. And so the Honorable Senate may rest assured that the regulations before them are the regulations of this authority, and that is why they're here. Mr. President, since the appointment of NERA, the members of the authority have educated themselves on the draft regulations, queried the drafts, and made further changes as they thought appropriate. The draft regulations were revised and sent to the Attorney General's chambers for no objection. It is only after the authority was satisfied with the draft that it made these regulations, as evidenced by the signature of its chairman. Mr. President, finally, I had to give all of that background because I know they're substantive and there's a broader context within which we put these regulations here. And I'll talk about the regulations. And you have 7 of them before you, but it's only 5 that we have to approve here. The first one is the National Identification and Registration Regulations 2024. These regulations detail how an application may be made to NERA for enrollment to get your national ID, how the identity information should be processed, and what special provisions are needed to facilitate enrollment by individuals with a disability. And that is a very important one because these are regulations that specify that you have to take into consideration persons with a disability and have facilities in place for them. The second one is the National Identification and Registration Information Security Regulations 2024. And these detail actions to be taken by NERA in implementing controls to harden the security and privacy controls for personal information. The third one is the National Identification and Registration Assignment of National Identification Numbers Regulations. And this covers the operational framework for the assignment and verification of registration numbers for enrollment. The fourth one is the National Identification and Registration Appeals Tribunal Regulations, and this outlines the provisions for an independent appeals tribunal. The fifth one is the National Identification and Registration Identity Services Regulations, and these cover the framework under which the authority may administer authentication and verification services with accredited third parties. The other two, the Electronic Transaction Act, National Identification and Registration Regulations, Electronic Forms Regulations, and the Revenue Administration Assignment of Registration Numbers for Enrollment, under the National Identification and Regulations Act, Registration Act, Regulations 2023. Those are not before you today, but we do lay them before you just to have full transparency in terms of all of the regulations that relate to NIDS. The first one, the Electronic Transaction Act. In keeping with the administration thrust towards digital transformation, the Electronic Transactions Act, National Identification and Registration, Electronic Forms Regulations 2024 have been made to facilitate the use of prescribed forms in digital format. This ensures that electronic forms will be recognized to be substantively the same as the prescribed forms, have the same effect as the prescribed forms that have been submitted, and otherwise utilized electronically. These are being tabled for information purposes only. The other one, the Revenue Administration assignment of registration numbers for enrollment under the National Identification and Regulations Act, Regulations 2023, Mr. President, 2024, Mr. President. Tax Administration of Jamaica, TAJ, plays an essential role in the assignment of national identification numbers. These regulations outline the role of TAJ in assigning registration numbers to persons seeking to enroll in the NIDS who do not have a registration number issued by TAJ. The regulation outlines the interactions between NERA and TAJ to facilitate this process, including the identity information to be provided to TAJ to allow that entity to do its own verification to ensure that a person is only assigned one registration number, which is identical to his or her assigned national identification number. So essentially your TRN number will be your same national identification number. This regulation must therefore be read with that relating to the assignment of a national identification number. It is important to note that TAJ only assigns a registration number for enrollment. Regulation 4.1 specifically makes it clear that a registration number assigned under these regulations does not turn the assignee into a taxpayer. In fact, Mr. President, pursuant to Regulation 3.6, the personal information of such an assignee must be kept in a separate register from taxpayer information. So the numbers are the same, but it is not that your NIDS number, your NIN, National Identification Number, is not for taxpayer information. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Mr. Bunting. Very well.
You're now saying there will be two divisions, let's say, within the database of TRN. One of those who are active users of it as a tax-paying device, and one not. That's all I want to understand.
And I'll continue. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
And thank you for that question, because I do go back to it again, because it's a key question. You know, what's the difference between your TRN number and your national identification number? And so quite a bit of time is spent on that. All right, so I will continue. So I'm going to go to each of the others. And as I said, the Electronic Transaction Act and the Revenue Administration assignment of registration numbers for enrollment under the National Identification and Regulations Act. Those regulations do not require parliamentary approval, but again, we tabled them to provide this Honorable Senate with a transparent, comprehensive view of the entire framework for the new national ID. And so I'll go into each of the regulations in more detail, and I won't be long, I promise. So the first one, the National Identification and Registration Regulations 2024. Mr. President, these regulations detail the practicalities of the national ID as it relates to enrollment, cancellation, renewal, and re-enrollment, and specific matters concerning the national identification card. And you notice re-enrollment is there. I just want to note that. At any point that you've enrolled into NIDS, you can unenroll. And so you can be taken out of the database. And so what this does, it's again showing the non-compulsory nature of this. So even if you sign up for a NIDS card, you can choose to not sign up anymore and to unenroll from the NIDS system. The forms are outlined in the first schedule. The second schedule contains a list of acceptable verifying documents. The third schedule states the requirements for photographs and fees are detailed in the fourth schedule. And just to remind us that your NIDS card will be free. Just to make that very clear, the NIDS card is free. These regulations outline how, when, where, why, and by whom an application may be made. As the government moves towards digital transformation to allow the Jamaican people to access more services from the comfort of their homes, which are enabled by a trusted national identification card, the NERA will be the first fully digitized and digitalized public sector entity. Nevertheless, accommodations have been made to ensure that no one is left behind. Mr. President, NIDS will be an inclusive system. NERA will be required to meet persons where they are. These regulations have included specific provisions for groups such as persons with disabilities, the infirm, and the elderly. Provisions have also been made for persons who are not able to apply and interact with NIDS on their own benefit. Persons who are not able to act on their own behalf due to age or capacity may be represented by authorized representatives as outlined in the regulations. These individuals must be verified as being authorized to represent these individuals. Mr. President, NIDS will be an important tool in enabling persons to assert and prove their identity. We are aware of those individuals who have not been able to do so for one reason or another. They do not have the documents, they cannot afford the fees to get the documents, they must depend on the goodwill and charity of others, but those persons are not formally authorized to act for them. The NIDS will be operationalized in such a manner that persons who require assistance to overcome these issues will be able to do so in order to be able to assert his or her finally. There are several persons who are currently disenfranchised from the very system set up to assist them because they cannot utilize the currently acceptable forms of representation. Mr. President, I'm talking about those persons who cannot afford a lawyer to draft a power of attorney, those who are old and infirm, rely on persons in the community to assist them. Those persons are only able to assist to a certain point because they're not able to prove that they're authorized to act for these persons. In seeking to account for all persons, 2 forms have been developed to allow these representatives to be authorized to apply and engage with the national ID on behalf of these individuals to the extent that the individual wishes. And that's what's in the first one. The second regulations, the National Identification and Registration Appeals Tribunal Regulations 2024. Mr. President, in any democracy, it is crucial that any public body can be held to account. An appeal system has been built into the system where an aggrieved individual may appeal any decision that affects their enrollment, their national identification number, their national identity card, or identity information generally. These regulations detail how an appeal may be made and withdrawn, how the appeal will proceed, the rights and responsibilities of each party to the appeal, how each panel of an appeal tribunal will conduct itself, the forms for facilitating such an appeal. And this was actually, in terms of civil society, they focused a lot on the appeals tribunal, and a lot of their comments were about how we can make it simpler and make it easier for our population to appeal if there is ever an appeal. And so NERA will seek to be as helpful as possible from an operational perspective, and the regulations indicate that. However, it must be noted that the appeals tribunal will be an independent body that determines its own operations. In terms of the third one, so we're getting through quickly. The third one is the National Identification and Registration Identity Services Regulations 2024. These regulations outline the framework for providing identity services, including authentication and verification by NIRA. And this is a very important one. Identity Services Framework. NIRA can authenticate national identification numbers or cards and verify identity information with the enrolled individual's consent, facilitating interactions with third-party entities to improve business processes and citizens' lives. In relation to accredited third parties, different types and levels of accredited third parties and agreements are provided for, ranging from one-time request to 3-year subscription arrangements. Third parties must meet specific accreditation criteria, including data protection and privacy standards. So anyone who wants to be able to verify identification will have to prove that their systems are substantial enough in relation to data protection and privacy standards. In terms of due diligence and agreements, the regulations detail requirements for accreditation, roles and responsibilities, data protection, and security. The authority must conduct due diligence before entering any agreements. So any third party it is entering into an agreement with, it has to do due diligence. And it has that due diligence must include security and data protection. In terms of forms and fees, the regulations include schedules outlining fees, application forms for accredited third parties, required information, and mandatory contents of third-party agreements. Data protection and consent. Identity information disclosure, this is very important, identity information disclosure is strictly controlled, requiring proof of the enrolled individual's consent. So no information can be requested unless that individual has consented. So for example, if you go to the bank to open an account and you give your NIC, your national identification card, and they need to verify that what you've presented is really a valid NIC, they will have to get the consent of you before they can request that verification. So again, it's strictly on a consent basis. Penalties for non-compliance. Breaches can lead to suspension or termination of agreements and services impacting future accreditation. Where there is any breach by a third party, there are strong sanctions in there. Penalties under NIRA 2021, the actual act, also apply. The regulations therefore aim to facilitate ease of doing business while ensuring the protection, security, and privacy of personal data, reflecting the government's commitment to good governance and inclusive service. And I'm out to the fourth one, so we're moving along. The National Identification and Registration Information Security Regulations. These regulations address perhaps the most important area of public discussion at this time. That is information security of the national ID. In terms of the information security policy, NIRA must have a written policy that all stakeholders, including staff, agents, contractors, and third parties must follow. In terms of a chief information security officer, a dedicated officer will oversee security, review the policy, monitor security affairs, and publish an annual report on the authority's security status, including current standards. In terms of technical and organizational measures, specific security measures must be implemented internally and across the whole ecosystem, including contractors and third parties. Employees and agents must take an oath to preserve confidentiality as detailed in the regulation schedule. Under user security agreements, NIRA must publish a user agreement outlining the secure use of the national identity card, including terms for digital certificates and security features. Vis-a-vis data protection, these regulations state that data protection is emphasized. The 2020 Data Protection Act is applied fully in these regulations. The annual report of NERA should address breaches in a controlled manner to avoid compromising security. It also speaks to accountability and compliance. And there is definitely a last resort, Mr. President. If NERA fails to comply with the standards, oversight bodies such as the NERI, which is the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, the Information Commissioner, and Parliament can ensure compliance. And so that is very clearly noted in the regulations. And the fifth one, the last one, the National Identification and Registration Assignment of National Identification Numbers, Regulations 2024. Mr. President, the National Identification Number will be identical to the registration number that is assigned by Tax Administration Jamaica under Section 17D of Part 6B of the Revenue Administration Act. Taxpayers who choose to enroll in the NIDS will use the taxpayer registration number as their NIN, which is the National Identification Number. And those who are not taxpayers will be able to apply for a registration number for the sole purpose of enrolling in the NIDS. The regulations set out the practical details of achieving this. A national identification number may not be assigned until an existing registration number has been verified or a new registration number has been assigned. TAJ and the Office of the Prime Minister have worked together to develop the necessary processes and to make the necessary legislative instruments. These regulations must be read in conjunction with the Revenue Administration assignment of registration number for the purpose of enrollment under the National Identification and Registration Act, Regulations 2023. The RAA regulations have also been tabled for information, which I told you before. So finally, we're at the end, Mr. President. These regulations will go a long way in moving us to the creation of a true national ID. I would like to again extend my gratitude and appreciation to the project team led by Dr. Warren Vernon, the Office of the Prime Minister's executive and legal team, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel and her staff, and the Solicitor General and her staff, and the Director of the Legal Reform Department for their hard work in making these regulations a reality. I also want to thank my opposition colleagues because we did get contribution from the opposition in terms of making these regulations, and I want to thank the board of NERA for all of their hard work. They're taking on a big task. They are safeguarding, they're the safeguard for our country, and I don't think we could have a more esteemed body taking on that responsibility. And so I have a lot of confidence, and I know the administration has a lot of confidence, and the people of Jamaica should have confidence in the fact that we have created a very robust system with checks and balances throughout it that will secure the interests of the people of Jamaica. It's not an easy feat to establish a new system, much less a new national identification system. We aim for one nation, one identity, and the national ID is a key component of taking us to the future we deserve. Mr. President, I now invite contributions from my Senate colleagues.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank the Minister for her opening and allowing me to seek some clarification, which I think was very important in terms of understanding the overall scheme of how NIDS is going to be implemented. The Joint Select Committee, unfortunately, I don't believe you had participated in that exercise, but at the Joint Select Committee, I had made a recommendation or a suggestion that instead of establishing a parallel machinery to create this new registration number, that we look at, and at the time, I had suggested the passport number, just using that as the national identification number instead of setting up a separate machinery for NIDS. And my motivation or my reasoning around selecting the passport number was that I think every Jamaican would have welcomed getting a free passport. I didn't see anybody objecting to. And the truth of the matter is, I forget what the numbers were, but there was already a very large number of Jamaicans who were already in that database. And perhaps the largest of those databases would have been the elector registration number of the ECJ. But because of, I think there were some historical commitments that were made when that system was introduced, that it wouldn't be used in particular, I think it was for law enforcement purposes, that we set aside that, that option. But the passport number was the one I recommended. And the reason was that both in the case of the elector registration number and the passport number, there were biometrics that were collected in each case. So you could have cross-matching to prevent fraud and prevent having dual numbers in the system, the same individual having dual numbers in the system. The EOJ cross-matches the fingerprints, and the passport office cross-matches the photographs. So there were biometrics attached. Other than those who have a driver's license, I don't think there is any, I'm not sure, but you know, I got my TRN so long ago. But other than those who have a driver's license, which the TRN is also the driver's license number, I don't believe that there is necessarily a biometric of the person attached to a TRN number. And I think that would have made it more robust and was part of the reasoning for suggesting the passport. But the principle, the bigger principle, was one of efficiency and not recreating the wheel, since we already had so many large databases of various numbers in the government system already. So this does accomplish that. The other issue, though, there was a great deal of suspicion around the purposes for having this national identification. And I think maybe the selection of the TRN might feed that suspicion that, oh, see it here now, after all, it is really just a way to collect more tax from people. And you may have thought I was interrupting you for mischievous purposes, but really I wanted to understand and make it clear for the public and make it clear to the public that what you're saying, and if you want to further in your closing to further clarify that the database will be partitioned into two sections. I'm not sure what the technical term is, but you would have two separate sections of the database. Even though it's the same TRN system, that one would involve those who are active taxpayers and need that number to transact business, transactional activity. And the other could be, for example, children who may not necessarily require any commercial reason to have it, but are registered maybe from birth or from a very young age, and therefore would not be in the first partition or the first segment of the database. And I think it's important. In the original bill, NIDS bill, that had to be withdrawn and redone, my recollection, the unconstitutional bill, my recollection, and I'm almost certain this is a correct recollection, in the memorandum of objects and reasons, one of the benefits that were listed was from a national security or law enforcement purpose or objective, that it would aid in tracking persons who not necessarily might be violent criminals, although it could assist in that, but assist in tracking persons who were what we refer to as white-collar criminals, who were money launderers, tax evaders, those persons who may be guilty of illicit enrichment, for example. And so there was this law enforcement element of it. I believe it was dropped in the second bill. So I don't know, is it that it is no longer seen as a benefit, or whether it is just a benefit that we don't want to speak about because we, you know, in the intelligence community, they say you don't disclose your sources and your methods. And we may not want to disclose our sources and our methods. But I'm curious whether that objective or one of the benefits of having this system has now been dropped and it's no longer. Because obviously in our environment, whether for violent crime, whether for corruption, etc., we need all the investigative tools that is available and that technology makes available. Particularly now, when you're talking about the, you know, the capacity for data mining and data analytics, I mean, and we're digitizing so many of our databases. Previously it was, you know, to prove illicit enrichment, for example, you would have had to manually be able to search the titles office, the titles at the titles office, because it hadn't, you know, in the past it wasn't digitized. Now most of these things are digitized. The company's office database is digitized. For example, if you look at, you know, when TAJ doesn't want to disclose, for example, who their landlord is, you are now able to go online and go to the company's office and do an inquiry of this type of information. Like the Mandeville property, for example. So, you know, I want to understand. I want to understand.
We know who the St. Mary property is.
We want to understand the existing set of objectives, reasons, benefits of this system if it is still intended to aid law enforcement, to aid agencies like MOCA, agencies like FID, agencies like the JCF, agencies like the Integrity Commission, agencies like the Integrity Commission in better being able to pursue and investigate and ultimately convict these criminals. Thank you.
Sorry. Senator Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was attracted to the setup of the entity, Mr. President, that would be responsible for ensuring that the work of the entity is properly carried out. And, Mr. President, I had a look again at the Constitution of the authority, the qualifications of persons who are supposed to be on the authority. And I believe, Mr. President, that what is set out in the first schedule demonstrate the depth of knowledge and skill that the persons who have been mentioned by the minister as being members of the authority bring to the table. Apart from the attorney at law, Mr. President, who happened to be a member, yes, and I do admit that attorneys do bring their own skill as well, but different levels, yes. But attorneys are important people, Mr. President. But of course, Mr. President, a representative from the Jamaica umbrella group of churches. And I consider that to be significant because depending on your theology, you may have certain suspicions of the purpose of an entity like this. And indeed, Mr. President, a significant persons, a number of persons in Jamaica are either practicing Christians or have some affiliation to the faith. And from time to time, they draw upon it depending on the circumstances. And so, Mr. President, having a representative of that entity would help to assure those persons of the Christian faith and others that no advantage, as I like now to say, disadvantage will be taken of those persons who are practicing Christians. And that's very important, Mr. President. Indeed, as Senator Brown points out, the chairman himself is a Christian. And that is a further security in my mind that those of us who are of the Christian faith and other religions have nothing to fear by the implementation of this new system. And Mr. President, that other individual who has demonstrated knowledge and has at least 7 years of experience in information and communications technology and cyber security. Now, I notice that Mr. Record, Mr. President, is the appointee of the private sector organization. But in addition to that, I am aware that he has a slight teeny-weeny knowledge of communications, communication technology, computing, and so on, milady. Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm in another place. He has brought to this work, Mr. President, a breadth of knowledge that the Jamaican people will greatly benefit from. And of course, milady, of course, Mr. President.
If you do it one more time, I'm going to turn off the mic.
Of course, Mr. President, the persons on this authority with the financial and accounting experience, Mr. President, that's important. And Mr. President, persons with experience in human resources and public administration, persons, Mr. President, who understand the working of government. Now, until I had a little slight exposure to government, I didn't understand that the working of government was an entire different universe. And so many times you're on the outside and you say, well, that should happen or that shouldn't happen that way, until you get into the system and see how the bureaucracy works, Mr. President, then you don't really have an understanding. And so I believe that having these persons on the authority will serve to benefit the authority and the people of Jamaica in the long run. I notice, Mr. President, and that's probably where the chairman comes from, that a nominee of one of the custodies, I think is the proper pronunciation, One of those persons will be nominated by the Governor General. And I happen to know that the chairman is a custodian, but he brings with him a wealth of knowledge and information, skill and empathy that is not just being a custodian. And so, Mr. President, when I hear the names and I see the qualifications, I feel confident that these persons, Mr. President, will set the wicket properly for the various batsmen and batters, as they now call them, to come. I don't know, Mr. President. Yes, and she's very good. Probably better than some of the other, anyhow. But they are going to set a proper foundation for the running of this entity for generations to come. And then, Mr. President, in the entire governance structure, I notice that there is an oversight committee, and the minister outlined the purpose of the oversight committee, Mr. President, and there's also an appeals tribunal. The oversight committee, Mr. President, has the remit, a part of its remit, to receive complaints. And to my mind, having a system in place that resolves difficulties with a simple process is so important. It is so frustrating, Mr. President, for you as a consumer to go to an entity thinking that, yes, you have a problem, but if you could speak to somebody, it could be sorted out, and there is nobody to speak to. It is a challenge, Mr. President, when a complaint is made, and sometimes years you have no response. So it seems to me, Mr. President, with the oversight committee and the appeals process, if they work efficiently, then issues that the people have with the running of the entity should easily be sorted out, Mr. President. Mr. President, the way this thing is set up, the persons that are appointed, I believe that the public will garner confidence in this entity, and it has the potential, Mr. President, of being one of our finest public institutions. And so, Mr. President, I wish to support the various regulations that have been brought before the Senate, and indeed, Mr. President, I look forward to getting my ID without any mark. Yes, but the ID, Mr. President, without receiving a mark for it. And Senator Bundy knows about that mark idea. But, Mr. President, also, I'm looking forward to the day when doing business with government becomes so much easier. I always remember the pensioners, especially those who are not necessarily in ministries, but they may be in schools or they're in hospitals or policemen and women all over the country. So they don't have immediate influence in a ministry to call somebody. And they retire, Mr. President, and the time it takes for the process to be gone through. That's right. 2-3 years to go through the process. Some people, during that time, is reduced to being destitute. Sometimes. Family have to help them out. Sometimes they have to call upon Senator Scott Motley to use their influence to work out, to touch, or to call somebody. And she does. And everybody here, from time to time, get those kinds of calls. A pensioner, they can't find the file, or they can't find a particular document on the file. Until this document comes on the file, there is no way the matter can proceed. I am advised, Mr. President, that when all of these matters are digitized, then maybe the pensioner can stay somewhere in Clarendon or St. Anne or Haddo, who I always like to mention, at an important place. Stay on their veranda and apply. It's better now though, it have a nice road, I tell you that. Good road now. Very nice road. But they can stay on their veranda now when the time comes and the digitization of entire government processes. When the time comes, in a short time. And it's not your time. Yeah. But it's not, Senator Bunjin don't own English, you know. Him comes to English, he don't own it. So as a result of that, I can use English words as well. So I'm saying to you, when all of this are come into place, that pensioner on our veranda, his veranda somewhere, a retired policeman or woman, can simply apply using this NIDS arrangement. And I'm praying that that day will very shortly come when the entire process can be dealt with right there. And you don't have to leave Clarendon or Westmoreland or wherever you are. And pensions will start to flow, reducing the operating time from 3 years or 4 years. This is one particular area of life that I'm hoping, Minister, it would have almost an immediate effect. Thank you very much, Minister. And I know, I want one more thing to say, one more. And I know that I don't have to pray for the authority. They're full of prayer already. But I do pray for every success for the authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Brown?
Having listened to my friend, Senator Brown, I had to reflect on how the digitalization process started, because we appear to think that we just arrived at it just now. I well recall, President, the debate way back when cable and wireless had a monopoly. And had a license for that monopoly up to, I believe, 2035. And the vision during those 18 years, Senator Fitzhenley, those 18 years, the vision to break up the monopoly, to open up the telecom industry, to bring in new players, and to benefit from the technological changes in the world. The foresight of a Philip Hallwell must never be forgotten in the discussions and debate about digitalization. It is best, President, recall in the statement by the Honorable Roger Clark, as he was then, that you take one phone and you call the next phone. Hello, hello. Hello, we are digitalized now. That's the import of those 18 years that laid the foundation for us today to talk about digitalization. So when we talk these things, let us give some credit to where it started. Started with controversy. Started with one side being critical of the move by the then government. I remember attending a meeting at Jamaica House. And as we walked out of the meeting, the then spokesperson for the opposition was so vehemently opposed to what was being done in breaking up the monopoly that all Mr. Adid was saying was corruption, 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 all the way to the car park. And I was there. But it wasn't corruption, it was the vision of the P.J. Patterson government. A vision which saw the head of Cable and Wireless being married to a member of the cabinet. And notwithstanding that, members of the cabinet took a decision to break up the monopoly, which was approved by the government of the JLP. So I raise that because too often we forget our roots. We forget the history, that it was an easy decision. And I put that against the context, Mr. President, where today, and I really want to say this with all the strength of my body and mind, that this government seems to be tone deaf. To bring the NIDS regulations before this Senate at this time says you're tone deaf. You're not listening to the people. How could you bring these regulations this week when just a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago, a minister of government said nothing is secret or private anymore? Minister, you ask, and Senator Abraham says, trust is necessary if these things are to succeed. You know, my friend, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. That minister since Moon Palace, don't talk to me. No, that's since Moon Palace. Not only that. So let's be clear. My concern, and is the extent to which the citizens of Jamaica can expect Mr. President, the citizens of Jamaica need to feel they can trust the government with their information. And when I'm senior member of the government can say there is nothing is secret and private, then I pray, Senator Abraham, for the committee members.
You know, you're talking about prayer. The Bible itself says so, you know. The Bible itself says that nothing is secret because the Bible says. See, Bishop Pitkin, the Bible says, anything that is begun in darkness comes to light. Isn't it not something like that it says? Yeah. Sorry, Senate, hold on, Senator, press your button for me. I disconnect you accidentally.
Whoa.
Yeah, even the Bible says nothing is secret, you know, because the Bible says nothing that begins in darkness remains in darkness. And
President, I hope you're not.
In the modern society, the minister is not
I hope
wrong.
you're not using the Bible to justify the view of that minister that nothing is secret and private. President, I hope you're not saying that this process was shaped in sin and conceived in iniquity. It's very important that the people of Jamaica be able to trust the government. President, I am prepared to sit until they finish their speeches, you know.
One thing you don't need is protection from me.
No, I'm not asking for protection. I'm just simply saying I will sit and listen to them and resume my speech when they're finished theirs. Mr. President, the lack of trust and confidence can make the work of the authorities become futile. And if we're going to support the authorities and the good men you say they are, and I have no objection to saying they are good men and women, then it is important that the government renounce, nice word. Well, you know, let me put it this way. If I follow the street, 30% of the cohorts over there have dual citizenship. So I'm not going to follow the street. No, I'm not going to go there. Which is why I'm using the word renounce. Renounce, not in terms of dual citizenship. But I want to use the word renounce. Renounce the views expressed by that senior minister that nothing is private and secret. And Minister, this is, I believe, the second piloting by you of legislation through this parliament. And I want to support you. But the people out there fear that your broad support for the minister's statement without any seemingly investigation prior seems to be supportive of the view that nothing is private and secret anymore. Yet the information we're seeking from the people must be held in confidence, must be held private, must be held secret. So you can't have it both ways, where a minister of government says nothing secret and private anymore. If that's the government's position, then certainly this NIDS cannot get my support. If that is the government position. So let me say it again before Senator Fitzhenley. No, let me speak before Senator Fitzhenley twists it. If the government position is that nothing is secret and private anymore, then you can't get my support on this. You need to renounce that position. And an apology. And an apology. Well, denounce maybe even a better one. And an apology must be made to the Jamaican people. And that the Jamaican people may be told by the government that what Minister Vaz said does not represent the views of the government. It is very important. Mr. President, he who speaks in the Senate now, I don't know of a driver's license that is expired. I took a decision not to renew my passport. I have my voter ID expired. The only ID I have is the Senate ID signed by you.
No, but you must go by you must follow the Electoral Commission thing and go and renew the ID.
I intend to do so.
The process, you know.
I intend to do so, but the point I'm making is I have no government ID. I will renew my driver's license. I renew my voter's ID. I have no intention of traveling anymore. But the point I'm making is that there are people out there who, for whatever reason, like me, have no government ID. But now we're saying to them, go get a THA, a TRN number. Go get a TRN number. Because almost everywhere you go now, you're going to be asked for TRN. If you're going to get a driver's license, you have to have a TRN number. So in a sense, almost all the transactions you're going to be engaging will require a TRN number. And so in a big way, is TRN the route to mandatory, to compulsory recognition, registration under the NIDS? Is that what is being done? So on the one hand, we say it's not compulsory, but the demands of the society will be such that you must have a TRN, and therefore, in that way, you capture them into this database. I think it's important that we say that to the people, because we always promise public education. Well, this NIDS bill has been going on for how long now? It's passed into an act, but I don't get a sense of the public education. Because had their minister been that public education, then the minister could make that boo-boo. Had there been that public education, at least the minister ought to have known that the view which says nothing private and secret anymore is contrary. It's contrary to the laws. It's contrary to the laws of the land. Contrary to the Data Processing Protection Act, contrary to every decency. Contrary to decency. Wherever he got the information from. Mr. President.
Senator Bounty and Hill. Senator Bounty and Hill. You're interrupting Senator Brown. Senator Brown.
Mr. President.
I know you're wrapping up. Would you please?
No, I'm not wrapping up. Still within the 30 minutes. The Data Protection Act opposed to, it's an offense to publish private information. So when I say there's a public education, the minister would have known that he would be committing an offense wherever he got it from, in the innards of the JLP or the outards of the PNP. The reality is, we must respect our citizens. And I do not find that is happening in this government. The government is quick through the TAJ to claim protection from the Data Protection Act in not telling the taxpayers of Jamaica who you're paying rent to a building for that is unoccupied. You claim protection of the Data Protection Act for that, but you don't claim it for citizens of the country's private and confidential information. It is the hypocrisy. It is the hypocrisy of calling out one for being a dual citizen, but embracing 30% of your own. 30% of your own who are dual citizens. 30% in this chamber. So, Mr. President, if I may move away from the distasteful conduct of a minister of government in the face of the Data Protection Act, in the face of the requirement of NIDS, to indicate to people, or citizens, that there's no secret or private information. And I want to repeat it until you learn not to do it again. So, Mr. President, given that reality, I have some serious concern with some of the regulations. Firstly, let me deal with the tribunal. It strikes me that the appeal tribunal is kind of restrictive. Short time for which appeal must be made. When you take that, for example, compare with the process for judicial review, you have at least 3 months. But this strikes me as being too restrictive. Secondly, in terms of the appeal tribunal, you are giving them power to award costs. The general view for challenging the state has been that if you go, say, via judicial review, cost is usually not awarded against you. Sometimes it is, under certain circumstances. But now when you introduce costs against the little man who may challenge, it kind of tell him, brethren, don't challenge Whitehall. It may be costly to you. Don't challenge the government. Matthew's from London. Don't challenge the government. It may lead to a cost against you. So, Minister, may I ask you and the authorities to review that and to make sure people who are bringing challenges are not inhibited by the fact that costs may be awarded against them. So I urge you, we can't change it today, but I urge you to quickly make that change so people feel free to challenge. Now, I'm not encouraging frivolous and vexatious challenges, but people may have a reason to challenge and treat it in the way judicial reviews are treated, where you lose is not necessarily against you. And the tribunal issue, Minister, it's not very clear to me whether the tribunal can award compensation. But if it can, I'd recommend that, especially if somebody would be able to challenge where a minister said nothing private and secret anymore, and compensation is awarded, that the tribunal should be able to attach interest to such an award for compensation. Because I think it's long past time when we should give tribunals, by law, the power to award interest. I think Senator Bryan would say the Law Reform Miscellaneous Act was passed, President, in 1955, giving the Supreme Court the power to award interest. That's 69 years ago. I'm not sure if our parish court judges have that power. Some arbitrators may have the power. But time comes for these quasi-judicial bodies to be given the power to award interest where compensation is awarded. And I make a reason for this, President. It doesn't escape me that in Jamaica, there are tribunals who are not given that power to make an award of interest. But say somebody was terminated in 2013 and got an award soon thereafter from a tribunal. And lawyers as bright as Senator Bryan is, let me withdraw that. Not as bright as Senator Bryan is. Run it through the Supreme Court. Loses at the Supreme Court. Run it through the Court of Appeal. Loses there. Take it to the Privy Council. That is why I made the changes and said not as bright as Senator. No. I don't want to do that. But the point I'm making is that such unfairness in the system, without a tribunal like this being allowed to award interest, such a worker receives an award, but is not able to get the benefit of the time value of money. And I'm sure Senator Gill would support me in saying, time for us to review these tribunals and give to them the power to award interest so that those who are not so bright as Senator Scott Motley, may not wish to tie up these awards through judicial process and through the judiciary, which can take a long, long time. And so I make that plea. You and I can talk about Manchester United. Forget the rest of the issues. Mr. President, in the service agreement regulation, it speaks to the express consent. And I believe, Minister, it's good that we tie it down that the express consent of the individual must be obtained. If you listen, you will understand the point I'm supporting her. No. I forgive you. You know not of what you speak. You know not of what. Minister, it's good to insist on the express thing. I see the authority says they will stipulate the form. He hasn't read the regulations, so forgive him. They will stipulate, but you still haven't read it. They will stipulate the format of that consent. One thing that worries me is that bright lawyers do exist, and they will find ways to go around what is stipulated. So what I'd like to ask is that the express concern must be in a standalone form, whether it is a manual form or an electronic form. It must be a standalone form. So it's not tied into getting the job. It's not tied into getting the loan. But people must be free, really free, to decide, I am consenting for you to get my information. Otherwise, what the bright lawyers will do is simply tie it into something that you really need. I need a job, so I sign for the job and the job letter, and tie in with that is this express consent form. So I'm asking that the express consent form must be attached in any way to any promise or any other condition, and that the person, the individual giving that consent, must be seen to do so freely and unencumbered by any other requirement. So I make that plea, hoping that it is something that your authority can look at. Because as I say, lawyers who are brighter than Senator Hill, far, far brighter than Senator Hill. It may not be, but who are far brighter than Senator Hill will find ways and means. Will find ways and means to trap people into, sorry? Yeah, trap them into consenting. Well, take it. I'm free. I'll sit down and let the president rule. But there are... So I repeat, they will trap the individuals. Yes, trap, that's what I said. Trap, no, we don't. We may trap employers who are doing wrongs. That is, we catch you. We catch you doing wrong. You know nothing about Goodyear, so shut your mouth. You know nothing, I would draw to shut your mouth, but you know nothing about Goodyear. You know nothing about it.
Hello, please. Let me explain. Sorry, Senator Brown. I have some visitors here. I'm going to invite them to join me for lunch. Time is running. Do not interrupt the speaker, please.
So I make the point, Minister, that it is important that the express consent be separate from all other things, so we protect our people. So, Mr. President, I close with the big concern I have. There is everything that is no longer private and secret. We must respect the privacy rights given in the Constitution to our people. Our position in government in the state ought not to be abused. And I say this in respect to all sides. I certainly was never happy when I read on Twitter X that my friend Senator Samuda was British. I certainly wasn't happy when I read that other members of the Senate have dual citizenship. I certainly wasn't happy when I saw the passport page of a minister of government with a certain notation by the U.S. State Department, and people interpret that to mean drug trafficking or money laundering. I wasn't happy with that. I was not happy with that. So my call is to respect privacy, respect secrets. My call is to respect the Data Protection Act. My call is to get the confidence of the people by being honest with them, by stop playing politics and being experienced on any side. And that is why my columns in the Gleaner have always been for principle over expediency. And Mr. President, at my age and stage and experience, I'm happy for them to talk, because the people can see for themselves that what I am saying is like throwing stone in a pen. It's like throwing stone in a pen. So, Mr. President, I beseech all and sundry to respect the privacy rights of our citizens. Stop being expedient. It gets us nowhere. What it does is expose all the hypocrites who exist in the society. As Bob Marley said, see the hypocrites that are along there. Thank you, Mr. President. May it please you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Brown. So, you know, I keep not seeing the two. I just realizing that it's 12 something. Senator Brown, thank you very much. Senator Fraser-Binns, I know that you have some domestic responsibilities, so you won't be long.
Mr. President, you know, I should let you know my business. But I shan't be very long, I assure you, sir. Just as short as I was when I first spoke. But Minister, through you, Mr. President, I want to make just some quick points on the National Identification and Registration Regulations, a very thick one. And I want to say, before I make those very quick points, Minister, that, you know, despite the emotions that we may feel, and sometimes we don't want to listen on the other side, I believe that there is a big issue here that we have to confront, and it has to do with that of trust. It has to do with persons feeling comfortable and confident that their information, although given voluntarily, will not be used or abused or misused. And for one moment, I want us to just put our colors aside and listen to the bigger issue, because we can't afford for us not to, as legislators and certainly as policymakers, to let that point be lost upon us, because it is critical. And if we want the success of NIDS or any other legislation that is going to require people giving their information, then we have to ensure that we create a framework where persons feel that their information is protected. And I don't want that to be lost upon us in the cut and thrust of us talking here. But having said that, Minister, I want to make some very quick points specific to the legislation, the regulation. And I thought I had, okay, at page, it speaks to photo ID, and I recall, I can't remember what page, but I think it says that if you're under the age of 6 years old, then you do not have to take the photo, but you could submit a photo. And I wondered why 6? And I tell you why I wondered. Because, you know, as we make modern legislation, we have to ensure that legislations are all aligned. At the passport office, you can apply for a passport for your child as an infant, but once the child turns 5 years old, the child has to present him or herself. That is the rule at passport office, at least that is my experience. And because we already have that in existence, it may seem like an insignificant point, but it's important, because one of the things we have to do is try and streamline age. We have to try and streamline how we do things. And I wanted to understand why 6 years and why not 5 years? Why not 12? Why not 15? So that is something that I'm putting out there, Minister, for consideration as well. The other issue I have to talk about has to do with on page 11. Now, at page 11, where provisions for essentially what it deals with is when the enrollment officer is taking information from someone who is unable to write or read. And again, in a low trust environment, which we are not feeding, we are simply accepting that it exists, I wondered whether there wouldn't be a good if a third party is present, particularly for someone who is unable to see, someone who is unable to read, someone who can't write, and you have the enrollment officer who is taking all this information. And it's not unusual, because when somebody is deponing or when someone is given information in another case, you always have a third party who comes and stays there to make sure that information that is given is recorded correctly. I'm not seeing any provision for that here, and I believe that the presence of a third party witness would add to the process. Now on page 13, and it's not too far off from what Senator Bunting mentioned, but it has to do with the fingerprint and the purpose for which it's been taken. Now, you may recall, Minister, although you weren't in the Senate at the time, that one of the concerns we had when we challenged the then legislation was the fact that it was compulsory. It is here now, and I'm not going to make an issue about it. However, I do not know if there is sufficient comfort that is given so that persons feel that their information, particularly their fingerprint, is only going to be used for the specific purpose. And as the minister with charge, I think it is your burden to appease and to offer comfort to persons so they know that the fingerprint is not going to be used for any other purpose but for the purpose of NIDS. And on that same point, I want to also talk about the TRN. And I know Senator Bunting had asked a question, but it's something that jumped out at me. And then I went to look at the Act, because you had mentioned that the TRN is being used solely for the purpose of the registration. And at page 16, it is stated, but then you go on to say, unless such further action is taken with respect to the registration as may be permitted under the Act, whether initiated by the Registration Authority under 17D of the Revenue Administration Act or by the individual himself. And the understanding is that when one applies for a NIDS registration number, then the process having taken place at the NIDS Secretariat, I will call it, then it transfers to the TAG, who then checks its database, and I'm telling you what I understand from reading the regulations. It checks its database to ensure that that person doesn't already have a TRN, and then if the person doesn't, then it is given a random TRN. That is what I understand. But what is to prevent the TAG from saying, oh, Sophia, she's 18, she's working, she's not paying taxes? You know, you see what I'm saying? We have to ensure that that line, and I understand that the the Revenue Protection, the Revenue Administration has to do what it must do. I get that. I understand. But we also have to ensure, again, to appease people, because we want this buy-in, we have to ensure that people know that their information is not going to be used. They want to register for NIDS, and that's all it is. But having registered for NIDS, it doesn't mean that 2 weeks or a couple of months after that TAJ is going to be coming to you. There has to be that kind of comfort that is given. And the other question I have for you, Minister, is whether or not there's going to be a separate division or department within TAG that will deal with NIDS. I know that the data is going to be kept differently. Again, from the regulations, there will be 2 separate data, perhaps in the same form, but 2 separate data. But will there be a separate secretariat that deals with NIDS registration as opposed to regular TRN registration? It perhaps will include. And my final, well, second to last point has to do with the keeping of information. So when one applies, before that person is given a NIDS number or NIN, if he wishes to cancel, then all his information is discarded. But if one has already registered for NIN, given a NIN, and he then wishes to cancel, then his information is still kept. 2 questions. 1, what if the person wants you or wants the authority to dispose completely of that information? That's the first question. And the second question is, I do understand and appreciate that the Act states that the authority can make policies in terms of fingerprints and other information that is kept for, and I'm paraphrasing here, for the purpose of identity theft. Is there, you have already appointed a body, is there already in place these policies that will govern how persons' information will be kept after they are cancelled, after the NIN is cancelled? So that I would like to find out. And finally, page 43. I take it, Minister, that when you look at that the forms that are presented, the asterisk means that it's mandatory. And if that is the case, then at page 43, on the application form, it speaks to your passport number. And I wondered, why is it mandatory? Page 43. Page 43, the National Identification Registration Regulations, a very big one. The King James Version, yes. The King James Version, page 43, because
you don't see the gender difference. That's your problem.
Because Minister, Mr. President, may I please be allowed to finish my last point? Yes. Yes, Minister. So there's an asterisk at the passport number, and not everybody has a passport. So I would like for some clarification, correction on that. The asterisk means compulsory. So as promised, Minister, those are just my short intervention, and I'd be very grateful for your response, particularly as it relates to how information is kept, whether or not they're in the policies and procedures already are already established in relation to how information will be shared with other entities. And of course, the issue of confidentiality and just persons having comfort that their personal information will not be abused or misused. With that, Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Senator Fraser-Binns, you know, and Senator Bunting can confirm, this is not the first time that we have had an agency that has information that has never been, or we never been had an allegation that fingerprint from the Electoral Commission has leaked or got into the and the police keep asking, well, let me change it. Our authorities have asked over the years for access to our database, and we have never had that issue. Isn't that so, Bunting? Yeah. Thank you, Senator Fraser-Binns.
I mean, we're not rebutting, but the difference with this is that it says that information, limited information, can be kept for the purpose of identity theft. So it's very specific.
Yeah. Okay.
So that is why I'm very concerned. Well, that's why I'm curious to find out if the procedure is already in place.
I'm just saying that we have precedent in Jamaica where we have done it successfully. So.
Never ever nothing private and secret.
No, but you know, I'm not taking off anybody, but I think you took the thing out of context. You take it out of context.
No,
Thank you, Senator Binns. Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, this NIDS legislation means a lot to me personally, because when I came into the Senate and I was then leader in 2017, it was the first piece of legislation that we had to do. And you will recall, Mr. President, that this sitting, which started Friday morning, ended Saturday morning because of your intervention. I will never forget it when you demonstrated the deep caring and regard that you had for your staff. Because you said, I have a member of staff who is pregnant. I have a member of staff who has to go to St. Thomas. This thing needs to end. And it was a session of the Senate which was remarkable. In fact, when we spoke to Senator Morris about his professorship, I remember that he walked out on that sitting because he felt disrespected. And that I had to take the decision as a leader who came in without any notice. A notice when I was said, so aren't we going to walk out? And I had to make a decision, a call, which was no, we are here to do the people's business. So you have to understand that it has a lot of sentiment because it was challenging to take that kind of decision as a newcomer amongst a team. I was a newcomer in the team, and I had to make that call of leadership. Yes, we were all here. I remember when Senator Ransford Graham became so frustrated that he started helping with the amendments, an unusual thing for a government member to do. And in truth and in fact, if the calls of the opposition had been heeded, this piece of legislation would have been far more robust. Because when the court deemed it to be unconstitutional, very little was spared. And part of why I'm saying this today, Minister, is because when you started your presentation, you pointed to the misinformation which was in the public domain. And I ask you to be very careful about that. Why do I say so? What persons have been sharing were the actual provisions of the NIDS bill which was struck down. And the fact that they are still sharing that, and it is being passed around amongst multiple persons, you get it several times a day, means that the government has failed in a very important regard. Because the government has not sufficiently educated persons for them to understand that there's a different version which is being implemented. And so, Minister, sometimes I realize that people who govern view criticism as meaning that you are against them, when instead of viewing the criticism and taking it into account to find a solution to what is being raised. It would be very helpful if you sat with your team to determine how it is that you are going to address the fact that people are still passing it around. So that is one point that I want to make. And then the other one, because I'm conscious of how the fact that you have your guests, and they must be quite hungry by now, President, is a question of the tribunals. Government has to change its approach to establishing tribunals. And I am going to recommend, it's not a well thought out view, but perhaps what we need to do is establish a pool of persons with various skill sets from whom you can assemble a tribunal when the need arises. Almost every piece of legislation which we pass requires a tribunal. Sexual harassment, there are many. And my concern started, I started to focus in on it with the Microcredit Act of 2021, because that act gives very wide powers, Senator Hill, as you know. A person can be deemed to be not fit and proper, so that their entire trajectory there is done. And the act provides that you can appeal to a tribunal. But up to, we're now 2024, the act has not been in place. I made an appeal about it, and I was told that it would probably be done in 3 months. It has not been brought to my attention that that tribunal has been established in regard to legislation enacted in 2021, where your career could be disrupted, cut short. You would never be able to function in that area because your reputation has been completely destroyed by an order saying that you are not fit and proper. And so I'm saying to the administration, you have to find a solution. You will not be able to establish all these tribunals which you're providing for under the legislation. And you have to, a smarter way is to have, as I said before, and I'm going to repeat it, Senator Braham, for emphasis, a pool of persons from which you can assemble tribunals on a needs basis. It's not working what is being done. It's oppressive. It is arbitrary. It affects people. That is not what government is supposed to do, especially when you have a right which has been granted by the legislation. So, a simple trite question. If you have a TRN already, do you need a NIDS? And if you need a NIDS, if you have a TRN, because it's attached to the TRN, you have the same number. Tell me why I would need a NIDS. Somebody like me who has a registration number, I have my TRN, I have various pieces of identification, unlike Senator Brown, who it seems to me is almost stateless. Why do I need to go and add a NIDS to the pieces of identification that I presently carry around in my card? That is a question that people out there need to have a response to. And I wish you every success. It is all based on trust. And that is why, although the unfortunate remark by the minister has been just dismissed, you don't understand how much it resonates with people, because that's why they didn't want the first NIDS. And coming at this time, when people are spending a lot of money putting data protection regulations into place in their small businesses and in their huge businesses is very costly. The question which people are saying is to what end? To what end if nothing is private or secret? Because we are told that we must hold information private and secret. And then when somebody makes a comment like that, a senior government minister, and nobody seems to take the concerns of the public seriously, we begin to wonder, should we trust the system? Should we participate in this system? So, Minister, at the end of the day, those are the concerns which will affect the participation, if it pleases you.
Thank you very much. Some comments were made, just before when you get into this, some comments were made about the competence of lawyers in the Senate. There's a view floating around. I read it in the newspaper that the new president of the Court of Appeal may very well come from the Senate, and I've been getting a lot of calls about myself. I need to just point out that I'm approaching the retirement age, so I would have to get an extension before I start, so it's not me. Senator Morris Dixon. Just before you start, let me just deal with this now. The time being 1:20 somewhere. Senator Hill, let me just take the 1:20, because it is 1:20 somewhere, you know that, right?
Mr. President, given that it's approximately 1:20, I'm asking that the time be extended so for the Senate to complete its business today.
Very eloquently put, Senator Brown. The question is the time being just about 1:20, the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Against? Senator Morris Dixon, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I got 18 questions. Yeah, and I want to answer all of them. Thank you. There were several. I thank all my colleagues, and all my colleagues in the Senate for their contribution. I thought that everything that was said, for the most part, except when it went off of the actual regulations, was very, very pertinent. It was very pertinent, and I have utmost respect for all of you in here, and I will be responding to each of the questions that were asked. In terms of the use of the passport number, that was something that had come up, and in the Joint Select Committee that had been raised, but in the report that I saw, the agreement had been that it would be the TRN number. And one of the reasons that the passport number wasn't selected was the fact that, as we all know, when you renew your passport, you get a new number every time. And what you wanted was a number that would stay with you forever. And so that was the reason that the TRN had been chosen and is being used. In terms of the ID for tax purposes, I have to reiterate that there are two separate databases, completely separate. And I know there was a question about whether or not TAJ will have staff. TAJ will have a team that will be responsible for NIDS-related activities. And while you are out, opposition leader, the question on the passport I had noted was that it had been looked at in the Joint Select, as you had pointed out, and the agreement was that it would be the TRN because the passport number changes every time you renew it. And so it was need for a number that was more consistent. So the two databases are it's very important. So when you go in for a TRN for tax purposes, you will fill out that form. If you come to a NIDS office desk and you want an ID, just for ID purposes, you don't want to be paying any taxes, you have no interest in taxes, a number will be generated for you. That number will not be in the TRN database in any way. And so it is two separate things that are taking place. In terms of law enforcement, pardon? Exactly. You can use that number. And there's a process for that to be changed over if you start paying taxes and you decide you want to pay taxes. In terms of using the card for law enforcement purposes, there were some who made representations as such on the whole system for law enforcement purposes. But the law is very clear in terms of what the NIDS card is for, which is for identity purposes. So it is for identifying an individual and not solely for law enforcement purposes. And that came up in the Joint Select Committee. I saw it in the report, and it was agreed not to specifically use NIDS as a crime-fighting tool. And there's Section 24 of the Act, which spoke to, how a court could request information, but it is not for law enforcement or crime fighting as a crime fighting tool. In terms of digitalization, there was a point that was made that the vision started a long time ago, and I'm glad that you said that, because what's clear is that it's a shared vision, a vision on this side, a vision on that side. It's a collective vision of this movement forward, which is moving it forward, right? And it's been talked about for a long time, and we're finally getting it done. At least there is shared vision, but there is action here. In terms of trust, and I'm going to put all of the trust ones together. I may come back to it because everyone spoke about trust. And for any system like this, trust is central. We know we live in a low trust country. A lot of our institutions are not trusted. And so the concerns that we hear are concerns that are valid. And so we're not going to make light of the concerns of anyone. Anyone who reads something or is afraid of what's to happen, their views are as valid as anybody else's. Now, I believe that we've created a very robust system, but I also understand that the way people feel should be respected, and we need to do more in terms of educating people. We also have to be very honest with our people and give them the truth. And in building trust, what we have done is to build a very layered system. And so what I say to Jamaicans everywhere is that this system is absolutely robust. We have NIRA. NIRA is headed by a bishop. We have another reverend on it. We have experts from the private sector. This was done intentionally. The law said it. The law actually specified who was there. And so the law was very clear in terms of who should be on it and the expertise that was needed for NIRA. Because all of you who were here, I wasn't there at the time, but all of you were right. You were all very right that NIRA had to have the kind of expertise that the country could feel a level of trust in. And that's why we have our Custos and Bishop Pitkin, who is leading this important body in Jamaica. It says many things. And as my colleague, Senator Braham, said, in a Christian country, it says that what we are doing it with God in mind and also not going against Christian principles. And that was very important that we had the church involved. It's also very important too that as we do our consultations, and we did the consultations, that the church was central to it. This business of building trust is difficult. It is difficult, but I believe that with the authority that we have, with the Electoral Commission that will act as NIRI, which is above the authority and making sure that the law, which is very, very strong, is followed, I think we have built in a lot of safeguards in relation to this entire system. And over time, it is only in the doing. And I have no doubt that these individuals are honest individuals. They're upstanding citizens of Jamaica. They have the country's interest at heart. I have absolutely no doubt about those who have been selected. And I believe over time, we will see that commitment to data protection, privacy, and we will move forward and we will see more Jamaicans embracing it. TRN, if you do not have a TRN, can you still get a number? I answered that one already. In terms of public education, this one came up a few times, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Yes? Yes.
Hello, what is happening here? Hello, Senator Bunting.
Driver's license.
Senator Bunting, explain to me what is happening here.
No, in my contribution, I'd asked if those members, those persons who had a TRN number but not a driver's license.
Oh, so you're seeking clarification?
Yes.
No, I just saw. The deputy mayor was distracting me, you know. So I just. So you seek. Okay, go ahead. So you're asking permission to seek clarification.
The original TRN just had a number. It didn't have any card, had a number. It didn't have any photograph on it. I was saying those persons who had driver's license, which is the same TRN number, had the photograph. And I was asking if now those persons who today are not drivers but have a TRN number, if they would get a new TRN card with a photograph on it. That's what I was.
No, that's not what will happen. So if you already have a TRN number, let's say you had your driver's license, and in the example that Senator Brown gave where he has no ID, and I'm very concerned about that, and I think we need to have a conversation around that. But if you had your driver's license, the driver's license number is your TRN number, and he no longer maintains it, it has been expired. And he decides that he wants to go with me. He and I become really close, and we go together to CSO to get, to go to, although you miss my meetings, even when you tell me you're gonna come. But anyway, the national identification number, he wants to get his card. When he goes, there will be a check of the system, and it will show that he does have a TRN. It will not issue him a new card in relation to TRN. It will not issue him a new driver's license. All it will do is use that number that he already had to be his national identity card number. It will have a photograph, and it will have the biometric information behind it too. Yes, yes. So he'll have to do the application form too. Some of it can be populated, pre-populated, but he will have to do this application form. And since you brought up the form, the key thing, there was a question about the asterisks. On page 38, there is a highlighted section at the bottom that says the asterisk means that that field is only applicable if you have the information. So that's what the asterisk means. So I've done that one. Public education was where I was going. That's an important one, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that more has to be done in terms of public education. And especially where you've pointed out quite correctly that some of the information in some of the WhatsApps relate to the law that had originally been put before us, and that through the regular democratic process and reviewing laws and actually challenging the law was changed. And so the law that's actually in place is very different than what is seen in those WhatsApp messages. And the NERA is mandated to do a public education campaign. Hopefully you guys, since you all said you're on board with me, will be a part of that so that we can educate people more about what the NIDS card is, how it benefits them, how it has been really the culmination of a lot of years of wanting to have an identity card that had security features behind it that would prevent identity theft. When I go and I get my identity card and I give some of my biometric information, there is no way in heaven anyone can come and say that they are me and try to get another ID. And we know that has happened in the past in our country. And so this is really going to be transformational in terms of identity. And in many instances, we know when you go to do businesses with certain entities, they ask you for multiple IDs. Why do they ask for multiple IDs? Because the security features behind the ones we have are not robust. And they are sometimes fraudulently created. With the NIDS, because of the security features behind it, that cannot happen. And so what it means is that over time, as people have a NIDS card, you will eliminate the need for all those multiple IDs that you are constantly asked for in Jamaica. So public information, yes, I agree with you. We have to do more in that respect. In terms of the tribunal, I heard all of the stuff about tribunals generally, and I think those are well placed, and I do welcome the thoughts generally on the use of tribunals and how we can make them actually more effective. In terms of that part of those regulations, those were the ones that civil society really spent the most time on. They felt that the time should have been tight, the timeline should be tight, because you don't want it to take forever. And so you want it to be in a short period of time. And we know with the judicial process that can take a while. But what they were emphasizing, that it needed to be short, it needed to be accessible to persons, and we have NIRA here, and we will listen to you. I mean, you know me, I listen to you all the time. And I think you did raise some good points, and I know NIRA is going to take them on board. In terms of express consent on a standalone form, that was a very interesting point that you raised, and I know why you would raise it, because sometimes it gets hidden in the small print, and you just sign and you don't really realize what you are signing to. The key thing is that expressed consent is required at all times. So no one can ask to verify your data that you did not allow them to do. And that's actually consistent also with the Data Protection Act, which says that you cannot use someone's data, process it, give it to a third party unless they expressly consent to it. So it's very consistent there. In terms of on a separate form, we'll explore that because the key thing is that we really want Jamaicans to understand that they don't have to consent. And it's the same thing we need to do with Data Protection Act, because in some instances it can be hidden, that consent can be hidden, but it needs to be expressly stated. Why age 6 and not age 5? That was one question that had come up. In terms of the fingerprint part of the entire process, the data shows that fingerprints can be difficult to read before the age of 6, and so the cutoff was really just based on science. And nothing else really. In terms of whether the fingerprints will be used for other purposes, it is stated very clearly that the fingerprints cannot be used for other purposes unless you go and change the law. The law does not allow for the card and the information to be used for other purposes other than identity. There are many ways you could use it, but right now that is not contemplated. And I believe that NIRA will act in a similar manner to the ECJ in terms of protecting all of that personal information that it has. They're going to act with integrity, and I have no doubt that they act with integrity, as do many of our public sector agencies. I think across the public sector, they're really hard-working people who are working really hard to deliver services to Jamaica. And sometimes it's really sad when, there are notions that they may have, shared data or information. It does take a toll. It takes a toll on them. And I know for me, I don't accuse without evidence, and that's the key thing. We cannot accuse without evidence. Our public sector workers are working really hard, and I have a lot of confidence in them. There may be instances where something goes wrong, and we will address it head on, but the majority of our public sector workers are working within the confines of the law and are protecting our data. In terms of fingerprints came up again. I think I answered that one. Standard operating procedures. There are some draft standard operating procedures that have been done. The board is in the process of reviewing and approving those in terms of, but even before that, they were sent to NIRI, which is the ECJ body, so they have the draft standard operating procedures too. So even before the board was constituted, there was that sharing of the information, because that's really at the crux. You know, you can have regulations, but really what brings them to live is really those standard operating procedures in the organization. There was a question on the asterisks, which I had answered, and again there was another one on public education, which I think I answered, and there is why get a NIDS card. I thought you would never ask that, but it is important, and I've noted the fact that so many times you've had to have multiple IDs in Jamaica because of the lack of security features. This provides the security features that are needed so that you can be identified. Or hope, and what I want you to advocate with me, is that when you go to a bank, you no longer need tons of other information to identify yourself if you have a NIDS card, because you've already given all of your information. And no, I mean, you can still use, if you want to use the other IDs, that's fine. Yes. Agreed, and agreed. This is not compulsory, but it does have value. And that's what we're talking to, the value. But whoever doesn't want to get it right away, that's fine. Who doesn't want to get it 10 years from now, that is fine too. But what we want to say is that it actually does have value, and it plays into what Senator Brown was talking about, which was that vision from a long time ago in relation to digitalization, digital transformation. Having a robust identity system that is safe and secure is a part of that digital endeavor, which you have pointed out to me started long ago before I came here. And so we're still on that journey, and this is an important step on that journey. And over time, what is hoped is that even with your NIDS card, you know, if you go to different government entities for services, that you don't have to fill out all of the forms because you told them what your address is and all of those other things, why you need to write it another time. And so making it so difficult for people. What we're trying to do is to create a more efficient government. We are trying to serve the people of Jamaica as best as we can within a high trust environment. And I have to again note that I understand the concerns. I understand the concerns around trust, and it's not just Jamaica. It's around the world. Any kind of system like this that's being created, the question of trust comes up, and it has to be answered. And the answer is, we have created checks and balances and all of these layers of committees with upstanding citizens, guaranteeing that the law that has been written and the law that was approved on both sides, with all these robust strictures and these robust rules about what the ID can be used for, which is only for identity purposes, and it being something that is not compulsory, are followed. And I think because of all of that, we have put in place the kind of trust mechanism that is there. And even when we talk about the systems, we've also built systems that have trust at the center of them. So you spoke about the standalone, Senator Brown, the standalone form for expressed consent. Expressed consent actually goes further. What has been built into the system is that if you go and you give it to the employer or to the bank, your card, and they want to verify that it really is a valid card, you will get a text. You'll get an email that said, bank such and such, or business such and such, verified your identity information. So even in terms of how the system is being built, it's being seeking to verify. And so even from then you have control. So you have control when they ask you if you can, they can check your info, and then you have control because you know whether or not they have asked the system. So we're doing the best we can in terms of building it, but we understand the concerns. We understand it, and that's why we have put all these strictures in place. So, and I say to the whole of Jamaica, that we are doing this in this manner, and I can't speak for anyone else, I'm saying to Jamaica, this is what the administration's position is. The administration's position is that privacy is central to what we do, and that is why we spent all this time to build this system. Mr. President, in closing, these regulations mark a significant step in furthering the mandate of the National Identification and Registration Authority. We remain committed to transparency and inclusivity, and we look forward to the Senate's contribution to its promulgation. The people of Jamaica, I know, are watching. I know a specific gentleman who really wants his ID is watching. He follows up with my office and the Prime Minister's office periodically. He follows every news story about NIDS. Sir RM, your ID is closer to coming. You have waited long enough, and I tell you, there are people who call my office to ask when they can get their NIDS card. Thank you for asking that question, President, and that's why NIRA is here. We needed these regulations so that the authority could be fully set up within the ambit of these. They are... No, there is no card. Nobody has a card. The 300 persons who were in the pilot, they went in and they have not been issued any cards. So those 300 people keep calling me too because they're ready. And so with the regulations, he does not have a card. There's no one with a card. There's no one with a card. Please bring the card and show me so you have evidence. Show me the evidence. All right, but once we have passed this, which it sounds like we will, and it needs to be done in the House too, NIRA will go ahead and hire all of the staff. They already have CSO ready. There are post offices across Jamaica that are being readied in order to be enrollment sites across Jamaica. And so in some months, you will see, and they will communicate it, not me, they will communicate when they are ready. You will have CSO ready to go and a mobile unit until the other post offices come on stream. As I highlighted, the government has undergone a rigorous and consultative process to prepare the regulations, which took approximately 2 years and represents the collective thoughts of many Jamaicans. We move forward with the hope of one nation, one identity, Mr. President, and I therefore ask that the regulations be approved.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the comprehensive presentation and response. Thank you for the members who asked questions which were useful, probing, and effective in all their presentations. Thank you very much. Minister, having completed, the question is that the motion, notice of which was given earlier, with respect to the National Identification Registration Regulations 2024 be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Against? The question also is that the item, bills brought from the Honorable House, be revisited. I know. Be revisited and recommitted. Those in favor? Against? Madam Clerk?
The following are messages from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 28th day of May 2024, a bill entitled An Act to Amend Section 61 of the Constitution of Jamaica to provide for words of enactment was passed in the House of Representatives. Additionally, I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 29th day of May 2024, a bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Customs Act and to provide for connected matters was passed in the House of Representatives with amendments. Juliet Olness, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Minister?
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill.
Before the Minister takes charge, are those bills available to the Senate?
Madam Clerk?
They've been laid on the table or?
Madam Clerk? Sorry.
I don't want to take in charge of it, you know.
You can't change, man. You not change. It's too late now. It's just accept.
No, we're not going to debate that.
Okay. Senator, the clerk will make arrangements for you to get. I think that you're interested in one specific one. She's saying that the Customs Act is presently being compiled because, to use her words, it's huge.
It is huge.
Sorry, President. President, the leader will speak. You rest assured of that. President, my concern is not with one or the other. It is the process of bringing bills before us, and if bills are passed elsewhere in the law house, they ought to come before us.
Yeah, it's getting there,
and
Senator
so,
Brown.
in the absence of an explanation as to why they are not here before, I, as a senator, I've gotten up to raise it because Senator Hill can't take charge of what is not before us, or anybody. So if it's not ready yet, then we should just be told it's not ready yet. So at another time, another leader may take charge. Because if he's taking charge, I'd like to see what he's taking charge of.
Thank you very much. It really relates to issue of privilege and what the senators are required to have. We accept that, and they will be on the website as quickly as possible. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. But there's another element to it. We often get these King James Version size
substantial
bills, very substantial bills, many pages. I mean, you're repealing and replacing the Customs Act.
Yeah.
And the clock starts in terms of when it was tabled from today. But we as members do not have it to start our review. And particularly those of us who are not full-time employees of the government, like many on that side, we have to fit it in within our day-to-day responsibilities. So it is, we're often not accommodated when we ask, can we just open the debate today and give us another week so we have time to review it?
Okay,
So this will impact our ability to spend the time to review. If the clock starts running from today and there's no bill to review, it really puts us at a disadvantage.
Understood. And the clerk has given me the assurance that in relation to the larger one, the electronic copy will be circulated as soon as possible. But I take into account what you have just said, and I will bear it in mind when and if the matter comes up for the debate. Thank you very much.
I sit on the Joint Select Committee, if you're interested. Mr. President, I beg to give notice of a second reading of the bill. The one that is coming. President will answer.
The minister is asking, has indicated his willingness to take charge of the bill and has given notice of the second reading of the bill.
Right.
But the first reading will take place now before that is done. Yes, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled.
Oh, sorry, the clerk reads it.
I think we're setting a bad precedent where we're having first reading.
Senator,
that's not available.
Senator Bunting, I agree with you.
Mr. President, given that there's no...
What the minister, listen, what Senator Bunting and Senator
That's for clarification.
Brown are saying, right, are that we have gone through the process of, quote-unquote, laying the bills. The clerk has indicated in relation to one specific piece of legislation because of the voluminous nature of it. It's not before us. neither is it on soft copy, right? So out of an abundance of caution, I accept what has been said. So what we are going to do in relation to these two pieces of legislation, we will lay them next week or whenever the Senate sits again. Fair enough? Fair enough? Madam Clerk, no, and Senate, and the Constitution one is not available either for tabling now. Okay, no, it's okay, we're good. Let us proceed along those lines. As Senator Bunting says, you don't want to set the precedent, and the clerk is new in the work, so let us establish that you're not laying something that you don't have physical sight of, or at least virtual sight of. Fair enough, Senators? Senator Hill, you know.
Mr. President, given that we will have no further business to conduct today, I ask that the Senate be adjourned for a date and time to be set.
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? The Honourable Senate now stands at the Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Public passenger vehicle operators and commercial carriers. Renew your road license online. It's as easy as 1-2 click. Visit the Transport Authority website at www.ta.org.jm. Choose your license type and click Apply Now. Sign in or create an account with your email address and complete the application process, uploading all relevant documents. Make payment using a debit or credit card. Once your application is approved, the Transport Authority will email you to collect your sticker. Pick up your sticker in office or utilize our courier service. Once the sticker is collected, your digital road license will be emailed to you. For more information, call the Transport Authority toll-free at 888-991-5687.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament reviewing the Domestic Violence Act wants to hear from you. Review the Act and share your opinions with the committee. You can find a copy of the Act on the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm under the heading Publications. Once you've reviewed the Act, submit your written opinions by Friday, June 14, 2024 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston, or email them at clark@japarliament.gov.jm. Let your voice be heard.
Music Unites Jamaica presents Jamaican composer salute Ludwig van Beethoven. Featuring works by Jamaican composers, performed by local and international musicians. Broadcasting to you live on PBCJ.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
For little people, it's a really big world. A big world to discover and explore. And because discoveries aren't always easy to understand, little people need help to make sense of the big world. So help them make sense of the world. When you CPG, do PG. The Broadcasting Commission, your partner for a new day.
It's Friday, May 31. In the headlines, Jamaica's National Disaster Fund now stands at more than $550 million. Court rules no release for Vybz Kartel and co-accused. In business news, Chinese ambassador highlights partnership with Jamaica in economic development. Regionally, St. Kitts and Nevis leads the charge on tackling health crisis discussion at SIDS. And in sports, some of the world's biggest track and field stars are set to compete at Racers Grand Prix Saturday, June 1. This is the Weekend News on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. $550 million. That's what's in the purse for Jamaica's National Disaster Fund. This marks a substantial increase from the $100 million in the fund at its inception. Prime Minister Andrew Holness shared the information while speaking at Wednesday's National Disaster Risk Management Committee meeting at Sandals Ocean Beach Resort in St. Anne.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the United States, they're projecting that there should be 17 to 25 named storms, 8 to 13 hurricanes, and 4 to 7 major hurricanes of category 3 or higher.
In preparation for the start of the hurricane season on June 1, Jamaica has also secured a contingent credit claim with the Inter-American Development Bank, providing access to US $285 million in the event of a severe hurricane or earthquake.
We are living, as we have always done as a society, but now increasing with intensity and complexity, in a time where we could have multiple disasters happening all at once. So you could have a pandemic, a hurricane, you could also have a humanitarian disaster, all three that you have to be able to respond to at the same time. So we have to be prepared.
Mr. Holness says Jamaica has significantly improved its ability to self-insure against low-intensity, high-frequency events.
What is the utility that good economic management brings to the country? So it's not just keeping the dollar stable. It's not just managing inflation. It's not just bringing down the debt to GDP. All of those lovely things that you hear about when we talk about economic management. It's not just ensuring that we have good credit rating, but most importantly, it is about ensuring that when a disaster strikes, we have the wherewithal to respond and to overcome.
The country is also a member of the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, a multi-risk pooling mechanism designed to offer quick financial liquidity to member governments in the aftermath of catastrophic natural disasters. The government of China is committed to strengthening technical cooperation with Jamaica in a number of areas, including health, agriculture, science, and education. China's ambassador to Jamaica, Chen Dujiang, shared a comprehensive report on China-Jamaica relations. Brittany Walker has more in this report.
2024 marks 52 years of diplomatic relations between China and Jamaica. Since then, they have supported financial economic development in the areas of investment, new energy, agriculture and fisheries, and digital economy.
According to statistics from China Customs, the trade volume between China and Jamaica in 2023 was $1.28 billion, a year-on-year increase of 25.8%. China continues to be Jamaica's second largest trading partner. Chinese companies have invested in Jamaica for more than 20 years, with a cumulative investment of more than $2.1 billion and directed creation of 40,000 plus jobs.
People-to-people exchanges have increased.
China continues to carry out the Chinese government scholarship project to fund Jamaican students to study in China. The embassy continues to provide Chinese ambassador scholarship to Jamaican University, with the number of total places increased from 20 to 32. The Confucius Institute at the UV Model Campus and Chinese communities in Jamaica have actively organized various Chinese cultural activities on the occasion of major festivals.
The Chinese government has also made it easier for Jamaicans traveling to that country.
We continue to simplify the visa application process, temporarily exempt qualified applicants from fingerprint collection, and offer a 25% discount on visa fees. Our embassy has implemented a visa appointment-free policy.
This year marks the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Brittany Walker reporting for PBCJ News.
Details of the proposed unemployment insurance scheme will be submitted to the Cabinet soon. Minister of Labour and Social Security Pernell Charles Jr. made the announcement during his contribution to the 2024-2025 sectoral debate in the House of Representatives on Wednesday. He said it will be implemented through the Social Protection for Increased Resilience and Opportunity project. He also informed that the ministry will be utilizing technology to improve service delivery through the Innovation Transformation Project. He says phase 1 of the project will focus on greater use of digital payments for the program of advancement through health and education, pensions, and other social benefits, development of a national insurance scheme portal for contribution tracking, and a mobile application for the overseas employment program, as well as the modernization of work permit system. Dance hall entertainer Vybz Kartel and 2 of his 3 co-accused should remain behind bars. The ruling was handed down by Supreme Court Judge Justice Andrea Thomas on Wednesday, pending the decision of the Court of Appeal on whether they are to be retried for the murder of Clive Lizard Williams. Attorneys for Cartel, whose given name is Adija Palmer, and Sean Storm Campbell and Andre St. John had filed a habeas corpus application requesting their release following the recent Privy Council decision to quash their convictions. Their attorneys had argued that because the convictions were thrown out, the charges against the men no longer existed, so they were being unlawfully detained and unconstitutionally deprived of their liberty. However, Justice Thomas said the charges remain and there was no order from any court for their release. Noting that graduation ceremonies are pivotal events that mark the end of one chapter and the beginning of another, Minister of Education and Youth Favour Williams is urging school administrators and other stakeholders to make graduation ceremonies accessible to all students. Danita Rodney tells us more.
Speaking at Wednesday's post-cabinet press briefing, Education Minister Favour Williams said that graduation ceremonies hold great sentimental values to Jamaicans, and it is important that they are memorable and inclusive for all who participate.
As everyone knows, graduations and school leaving ceremonies are pivotal events that mark the end of one chapter and the beginning of another in the lives of our students. These ceremonies hold great sentimental value to us as Jamaicans, and it is important that they are memorable and inclusive for all who participate.
Mrs. Williams said it is the ministry's goal for all students to experience graduation so that their journey and accomplishments can be celebrated.
To our school administrators, we want all our students to experience graduation. Our goal is to celebrate every student's journey and accomplishments. We don't want graduation to be used to exclude. It is crucial that we are mindful of the financial constraints faced by many of our families and the difficulties and embarrassment it poses when students are not included in graduations.
Consequently, the minister encouraged vendors, whom she described as stakeholders in education, to assist families by offering affordable packages to schools.
I know that many schools use external vendors to provide the gowns and caps, the photos, and other services. We ask that our principals negotiate as hard as they can with vendors, and to the vendors we say, consider the pockets of the parents. While this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the students, they will never graduate primary school or high school again. We do not want it to be a financial burden on families who may have more than one child graduating.
Mrs. Williams, in her statement, also charged school administrators to work towards creating memorable, inclusive, and meaningful ceremonies that honor students' achievements without placing undue financial strains on families.
My advice is to make these celebrations as accessible to all as possible. Let us work together to create memorable, inclusive, and meaningful ceremonies that honor our students' achievements without placing undue financial strain on families.
For the news on PBCJ, I'm Danita Rodney.
Time now for the Business Report with Denise Williams.
Good day, everyone, and thank you for joining us on the Business Report. I'm Denise Williams, your guide through the latest happenings in the world of business. Speaking yesterday at his official residence, Chinese ambassador to Jamaica, Chen Daozheng, celebrated the 170 years of friendly cooperation between the two nations and highlighted how China has worked to partner in Jamaica's economic development. The trade volume between China and Jamaica in 2023 was US $1.28 billion, a year-on-year increase of 25.8%. China continues to be Jamaica's second largest trading partner. Chinese companies have invested in Jamaica for more than 20 years, with a cumulative investment of more than US $2.1 billion and direct creation of 40,000 plus jobs. Quick service restaurant chain Mother's Food Group is expanding its distribution network through partnerships with Petroleum Service Station Managers Future Energy Source Company Limited, FESCO, and Total Energies, while noting that the collaborations are part of its strategic expansion plan for the Mother's Express brand. The company said that the prime locations for the stations, which serve as a hub of activity, highlight the group's commitment to providing quality food that's conveniently accessible across the island. In March, a Mother's Express outlet opened at the Total Gilmore service station at the corner of Washington Boulevard and Malines Road in St. Andrew. Another outlet will open at Fesco Beechwood Avenue, also in St. Andrew, next month. During trading for the period of May 30, 2024, the following companies represent the top 3 most active stocks that investors bought and sold on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Lasco Manufacturing Limited with 2,346,526 units, amounting to 17.07% of the market volume in terms of overall sales in the market. Wigton Wind Farm Limited ordinary shares with 2,344,842 units, amounted to 17.06% of the market volume in terms of overall sales in the market. Trans-Jamaican Highway Limited with 1,824,018 units, amounting to 13.27% of the market volume in terms of overall sales in the market. Moving from the money moves of investors, executives, and companies, we turn to the Forex market. On May 30, 2024, the Bank of Jamaica reported that US $51.5 million was bought from Forex traders, while US $59 million was sold to Forex traders. Buying directly from the Bank of Jamaica, foreign currency traders sold the US dollar for $156.50 and bought US dollars for $154.75. The difference between the buy and sell rate was $1.75, which represents a profit for Forex traders for every US dollar traded. Canadian Forex traders earned a trading profit of 48 cents from transactions with the Bank of Jamaica. The Canadian dollar was sold at $114.79 and bought for $114.31. For traders looking at the British pound, they pocketed a profit of $4.37, selling it for $200.18 and buying it for $195.81. For our credit report tip of the day, you can use your credit report to build and secure your financial future. Your credit report can help you set and achieve long-term financial goals. Whether it's buying a home, starting a business, or saving for retirement, understanding your credit can guide your financial planning and decision making. And with that, we wrap up today's business report. I'm Denise Williams. Appreciate your company. Stay well informed, stay ahead of the curve. Until our next update, take care.
In regional news, Barbados believes the private sector can do more in helping to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. During a private sector roundtable at the SIDS 4 conference in Antigua and Barbuda, permanent representative to the UN and other international organizations in Geneva, Ambassador Matthew Wilson, deemed their contributions as underwhelming. He notes this is despite the efforts of UN agencies.
It's underwhelming compared to the profits that these big businesses are making and the technological innovation that they're showcasing. And there are multiple reasons for this, and I'll give you 4. First, us as governments, I think, need to look at our regulatory and investment facilitation environment. Are we set up to partner and receive the kinds of financial and investment support that the private sector requires? Are we attractive clients to the business community that wants to do good but also make profit? And here, a good signal that many of us small island developing states can send is by signing on to the WTO Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement and fully implementing the Trade Facilitation Agreement.
There is no small island developing state which would answer or give a different answer to yes, we would want it to be on all loans. I think that is a question of the pragmatism that we are trying to standardize. And of course, the issues of whether these policies should be applicable retroactively or only on new loans, and whether you should pay a fee for them, only add to the extent to which, as we say in Barbados, one tends to be humbugging people, making it a little bit too difficult and unnecessarily so.
The health impact of climate change was reinforced during the St. Kitts and Nevis-led side event at the 4th International SIDS Conference in Antigua and Barbuda on Wednesday. At the American University of Antigua, SKN's Andre Huey was there and filed this report.
Leading the event was Prime Minister and Minister of Health Dr. Terence Drew, who was on a panel comprising Foreign Affairs Minister Dr. Denzel Douglas, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies Ms. Sandra Maynard, Jakowski York, Youth Officer in the Ministry of Youth Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis, and Dr. Joel Clark, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development. Prime Minister Drew outlined in his presentation the effects on health as a result of climate change.
So it means the more weather activities of the extreme that we have, the more people who will suffer. These are direct impacts. With stronger hurricanes comes flood. You have floods, and floods in itself has its own issues. I heard on a panel I was on, people died and disappeared, for example, in Bahamas. Water reached so high that families had to buy life vests, hoping that they can survive the flooding that came as a result. So the Caribbean is really being affected on multiple levels, but the health aspect must never be forgotten.
Professor Sir Hilary Beckles gave a historical background on the impact of slavery on the health of Caribbean citizens, and that reparatory justice is crucial to the development of the region.
So for 250 years, as late as the 1960s, when we entered into the independence process, working class children in this region were still going to school with sugar in their plastic bag to eat when they got hungry. So now we have a population that is addicted to sugar. They were fed on salted fish and salted pork imported from Canada, and they were fed salt and sugar every single day.
Meanwhile, Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Ms. Sandra Maynard, who has Kittitian roots, stressed the need for regionalism if the Caribbean is to survive the current challenges.
And what are we doing as a region? And I'm going to say this, that we need to be regionalists now. There is no place for us to start working in silos. And I look at the University of the West Indies, this is this region's regional institution. So you may not have a physical landed campus, as I say, within any of your islands, but we have a global campus. And that global campus is there to support and educate our young people.
Minister Denzel Douglas spoke on the issue of strengthening the health systems of the region and preventing the spread of diseases.
Also, of course, we want to make sure that the international community and our friends at the bilateral level would want to help us enhance prevention, preparedness, and response to better cope with the health emergencies and the epidemics which confront us from time to time.
In Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Youth on Thursday launched the Prior Learning Assessment and Recognition Project. The project is aimed at providing an opportunity for those with vocational skills and knowledge to gain complementary certification to further their professional development. Here's more in this report from TTT News.
The soft launch for the project, which is spearheaded by the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, was held on Wednesday. The PLAR project creates more opportunities for young people to realize their fullest potential, according to Line Minister Foster Cummings. He said many often become skilled in areas like electrical but do not have a certificate to complement those skills.
And what we are doing, therefore,
is those persons who have those skills in various fields, but they do not have the certification. We are now, in collaboration with the NTA, providing that opportunity for them, so that every young Trinbagonian can transform that practical skill that I spoke about, that they've honed over the years, into recognized qualifications, tangible success.
The project will aim to assess and certify eligible persons within the MYDNS's ambit and award them with either the Trinidad and Tobago National Vocational Qualifications, the Caribbean Vocational Qualification, or institution-based qualification certificates. Minister Cummings shared some of the areas of skill to be targeted in Phase 1 of the project.
Data operations, mechanical maintenance, electrical installation, plumbing, motor vehicle chassis systems, welding, general construction, cosmetology, air condition and refrigeration, commercial food preparation, to name a few. This program is on a mission to turn talented bakers into certified chefs, intuitive home mechanics into accredited automotive technicians.
In sports, the Racers Grand Prix is set for this Saturday at Jamaica's National Stadium starting at 7 p.m. Tickets are available for purchase online and at select outlets. Racers Grand Prix CEO Devon Blake says the goal is to produce a world-class meet, showcasing Jamaica's capacity to develop and attract premier athletes in track and field. Some of the world's biggest track and field stars are set to compete at this year's meet, including the flamboyant American Noah Lyles, the reigning World Championships double sprint champion. The 26-year-old Lyles is set to compete in the men's 100 meters, during which he will face Jamaica's rising star, Oblique Seville, and British sprinter Zarnell Hughes, both coached by Mills at Racers Track Club. Tajay Gale has been added to the long jump field. Gale copped bronze at this year's World Championships. He joins the likes of compatriot and World Championships finalist Kerry McDonald and William Williams of the United States. And that's it for the weekend news on PBCJ. Remember, we are the People's Station.